there's this car that caught fire. I was still on that bridge for about it was 13 to 14 minutes, still going. We did not see any fire. What do you call those people? Nothing. We did not see them around. It was just till later minutes. You understand? Before they came about. And many a times, the reasons why those people show up is a result of the media. Somebody will post, see what is happening here. Yaba left to carry it, and the likes, they'll start coming up. Media is a force. So relating it to you, right? Being unseen is often equated to being non-existent. Something has been bothering me lately, and I was like, we need to address this. We need to give this focus. We have had beautiful speakers. Like today, I enjoyed it very well because we all know Professor Pat, Tommy, and a number of them. It was awesome. And now we have entered day 5, ranging down to the next 15 days. We finished this process, imagine, and no popular blog carries this thing. To me, it's as good as there was effort, but was not so good. I have a friend from Spain, secondary school friend who is now in Spain. I told him about this thing, and I think when I was resting, I was at 2:30 a.m. He checked and he was like, "Yeah, I'm just seeing only 2 viewers from the YouTube channel." I was like, "Look at this big thing that's happening in your country, like only 2 viewers, and look at you all, the Gen Zs here, the core members, the content creators here, right?" The question is, how do you use the media? How do you use the media? It's very, very important. It's not just posting. I detest it a lot. I've worked with brands, home and abroad. You don't just post. Being a social media manager or being a content strategist is not about just posting. It's with strategy, right? Take for instance, the banner at my back now. If you snap it, or the one outside, send it, drop it in your ChatGPT. ChatGPT can give you corrections in terms of, okay, we say, okay, Nigerians are moved by trends. I know how many times on my Instagram I've posted 20 days of eloquence. Some people don't even know what eloquence is. But when I say longest speaking marathon, they are intrigued. So I'm also encouraging you today, when you make certain posts, instead of even using eloquence, you can use longest speaking marathon. Right? We can move as a force to have this thing being posted, and it's going to go a long way. Media is a voice. Everything comes with caption and direction, right? Caption and direction. You need to know how to go about it. Do you understand? Me and you now, we could send a prominent person a code DM or a private message. You understand? Why is he going to reply my own and not your own? What did I do differently? He doesn't know me and you. But why did you reply my own and not your own? It's direction, right? So we need to understand this aspect. This media visibility, you could relate it to every aspect, every area of your life, even in terms of seeking for jobs, right? In terms of looking for offers. I remember the time that I was, as an economics graduate, coming out looking for work, and navigated to fintech cooperative. One of the major ways I used to land clients were through cold emailing, reaching out to people, right? Reaching out to people. So media gives a voice. Companies now wanting your social media handles before employment. Check around yourself, checking yourself. When it comes to employment, I'm not sure there's any company, maybe 90%, very certain, that will ask you for your Facebook handle. Yeah, I'm not sure they will ask you for that, but LinkedIn is certain. I call LinkedIn the sell yourself site. LinkedIn is a site that nobody knows you. Nobody knows you from Google. You are nobody. But if you put your name on Google, your LinkedIn handle will show, number 1. Yes. So companies can, maybe your name is Bisayo Adekunle or Jeabat, and I've seen your CV, you are good. I just type Bisayo Adekunle on Google and they don't see you anywhere on LinkedIn. I'm not going to give you that offer. Yes, this is Nigeria of today. We want to know who we are hiring. So that was related because, these are smart minds here. The core members, the youth, the active. I was talking the other day about the active workforce. from 18 years to 45. We have the active working population, the independent workforce, right? So we need to understand that if we don't do it, nobody will do it. Not the mamas and the papas who enjoy Emanuela videos on Facebook and the likes, right? You are the one that understand how all this operates. So I'm saying, for a collective effort in detailing down this topic, is as well crucial that in how you make your posts, you could channel it. Because you see some persons, you have over 60 posts on your IG, right? Nothing is converting. Have you ever asked yourself that? Why is it not converting? Why is nothing converting? Like, the day I understood that was when I lost an offer as a copywriter. They asked me, okay, let me see your sample. The work was very perfect. They were like, young man, your work is perfect, but it's not persuasive. Persuasive drives conversion, it drives attention. That's what we want. I don't need you to be perfect, because ChatGPT is perfect. That is why today I tell people that, okay, in the faculty of writing, we have creative writing, we have copywriting, we have content writing. I'm not sure to an extent ChatGPT will replace copywriting. Copywriting deals with emotions. If I'm not buying, I'm not buying. Right? If I'm not buying, I'm not buying. This is a form of fear of missing out. It's just attraction. So we don't even just need to be social media personalities or content strategy. We need to understand how all this operates and relates every day of our life. Do you understand? So now let us navigate media literacy in schools. Media literacy in schools. It's very, very crucial that schools, pupils, students, teenagers understand the in-depth of media literacy. It's very, very important, because lately you will see some kind of news reports that this is happening in a school, students are acting this way, teachers are acting this way. Where does media literacy enters? I remember the other time I was speaking here talking about a system that me and my team we are developing. I said, in a country like Nigeria, alright, if you have 1,500 secondary school graduates, 1,200 are crammers. Yes, they are all crammers. Yeah, they are all crammers. That is why majorly they will cram and pass the jam, pass everything, right? Now getting back to school, they fall back short, and you say, it's not this guy that used to do very well in school then and the likes. But for us to foster forward, we need to introduce literacy in whatever we do. What if there's something like physics literacy? On how physics is very difficult, there's something like physics literacy whereby you teach a student physics, you now teach that student how to interpret physics in everyday life. We have a very boring system of teaching. Very bad. Very, very bad. So literacy, attention is the primary currency. It takes 3 seconds to get anybody's attention. 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds. I've been rejected several places when it comes to offers. Been my 5 years as a copywriter until I learned the hard way. And today I can say it's very, very crucial. You don't even need to have those knowledge, but being a smart individual, apply it to your everyday life. Know how you want to do certain things. Know how you use the media. It's very, very important. So today I encourage the core members and every other person who have been making the posts day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5 and the likes. Please know how you make your posts. Don't just be filling your Instagram pages, Facebook pages. Some of you buy followers, you see 2,000 followers, okay, post, you don't have up to 2 likes. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. Sometimes the best version of traffic is organic. It's not really about ads and the rest. Sometimes you can go organic and you get the best. Alright? If today we bring our voices together as youth, right? We make videos, sessions, talk about these things. You see that before the 20th day, Linda Ikeji, Yaba Left, and the likes will have picked one of that. So I will explain my last point before I round up. Now, the court of public opinion has become more responsive and also powerful. Media visibility, like I said, is the court of public opinion. It has become more responsive and also powerful. It has solved people's problem. I remember the time we complain about the phobia of ordering stuffs online, the fear related to it of ordering stuffs online. But with the presence of media, it has let you know that if anybody tries scamming you, you can make a video, post it, and people will carry it. It has become more responsive and at the same time powerful. More responsive and at the same time powerful. So it's very essential on how for us understanding how we use the media. You could use the media negatively. That is why the algorithm operates more like garbage in, garbage out. If you go to Instagram, you like watching food reels and the likes, right? All your posts will navigate around that whatsoever. So please, it is very, very essential and important that we give this a focus. Understand the depth of media literacy, how to apply it to everyday's life, how to apply it to real life concepts, whatever you do, how to apply it to real life concepts, the traction that follows suit, right? And lastly, like I said before, media is the only place where the local man's voice carries the same weight of somebody, of a millionaire, right? It's just the only place where maybe you might not be opportune physically to be in certain halls, in certain places of certain persons, right? But due to the presence of the media, you can be equated. It's the greatest equalizer. And I'll leave this to persons who are finding it very hard in the media space. Know how you post. It's just logic. It's just understanding. It's just principle. Converts more than you want to take yourself serious in business and the likes, and I open your Instagram page, is filled with AI designs. I won't take you serious. I wouldn't take you serious because AI designs are cool, but it's regular. That's the thing. To be different, you don't need to be regular. You don't need to be regular, right? You don't need to be regular because if you check it now, the more people are using it more, it drives no traction as before again. Maybe the way it moves from January, February, even the period of Valentine, I was seeing too many brands using it and the likes. But now you see that it's been limited. Know how you use the media, know how you get traction, and it will contribute to growth. So today, to the core members here and every other person, henceforth, while you make posts relative to what we are doing, please apply serious logic. Know who to tag, know how to make a caption. Like I said, the most preferable, the most routine caption you can use, instead of Eloquence, you can use longest speaking marathon. Nigerians find bulky grammars hard. People keep asking, what is Eloquence? They don't get it. Right? And because you're making it hard for them to get it, they'll become uninterested. It takes only 3 seconds to get someone's attention. So let it be that when you say, oh, cook at tone, you know that it's cook. Speak at tone, you know, something like that. Just know how you come up with your own caption. Still Bernardis. And as you do this, we'll see changes in everything we do. And I'll be handing over the mic to the next speaker.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, and I want to appreciate all the wonderful speakers who had spoken before me from day one till now. And yes, so we'll take it right away. Now, this afternoon I'll be talking to the African continent. As African, we are a people who are known to wake up before the sun rises. And what that speaks to us is that, in a way, we are ahead of the entire world. Take it or leave it. But then it begs the question of, why are we where we are today? Are we okay with where we are today as a nation? And what are we doing concerning that? How are we mitigating this? How are we planning to solve this problem? Because put the African continent side by side with other continents, particularly the West, we're far behind. So which is why we're looking at the soil that was never tilled, the soil that we haven't taken time enough to till, the ground that we've not taken time enough to cultivate. And I'm not talking about agriculture. Well, if you look at the dynamics in the real estate today, it's now moving from housing to agriculture, right? So a lot of people, a lot of organizations are going into agriculture. So today, not talking as it were on land per se, on agriculture per se. But what we are delving into is an aspect of the African community that I would say, in quote, has been marginalized over the time, and that's the young of Africa. Now, Africa is ancient, agreed. We've been around for a long time. Now, when I talk about Africa being ancient, I'll take it back to I like to call it not the Stone Age. I like to call it the Bible Age, so that it sounds very ancient and antique. But we are young at heart, because if you look at the statistics, it shows that between the ages of 18 and 45 to 65, Africa is having about 60% of this population, and that shows that we are still active. One of the speaker earlier was warning us was comparing us rather to what we are having today in places like Japan, where they have more population of older people. But we are in luck, because in Africa we have a huge number of young people, and that's comparing to the people. Speaking on the people, Africa is very, very young. But then the problem that we have today is that largely we are underdeveloped, largely. And look at the population of Africa, are about 1.4 billion, and that is expected to grow significantly by 2050. So meaning by 2050, 1 out of 3 people in the world population would be either is an African descent or entirely an African person. Meaning that the civilization that has happened in the West, that has not, in quote now, affected Africa so much, has put us grossly at a disadvantage. Grossly at a disadvantage. Because areas that I'm going to be talking about today is on education, and fantastic speakers before me had spoken on education, on mentorship as well. They've spoken on mentorship as well. One of the things that I've not heard today is on trust. All right. Now, our education system is relatively problematic and has put us relatively at a very high disadvantage. Well, we have exceptional students who are competing at the global front. But then when the game gets real, you and I know that we can't compete at that level. Why? Because the syllabus, the curriculum which we teach from elementary schools to postgraduate level are already outdated, grossly outdated. Well, see, the world we live in is continually evolving. The world is continually evolving. Well, you could go back to 1975 and say, okay, for there to be a significant change around, you take years. I said 6 years, 10 years, 20 years, as the case may be. Now, compared to in the 2000s, mid 2000s, where changes have now moved to about 6 months. But now, today, changes are not in weeks. Well, at some levels, they are not in days. They are with time, in moments. Because, you see, the knowledge, the school of thought you had yesterday might have changed today. And educationally, we are not positioned as a continent now, as a people, to leverage on what we have as touching civilization, as touching technology. We only gloss on what technology is giving to us. We are not taking advantage of them as it were. Now, I'm not blaming anybody in particular. I'm blaming the system that African nation is built on. Because we have our core as a people. We have our core as a people. But somewhere down the line, post-colonization, we're handed a system that was originally not ours, and that was not designed to favor us. That was designed with us continually being enslaved in mind. And this is where we are, and this is the disadvantage that we have today as a people. Now, so I'm saying on our education system, what are we teaching today in our schools? I have a brother who finished as an early childhood educator, the one you call child psychology. And during his time when he was serving, I asked him, okay, so what is the plan? He said that I would love to have a school of his own. I said, that's fantastic. And I remember categorically what I told him. And I told him, look, the schools we have around today, let's go back to the definition of school first. So what is the definition of school? What should a school do? School is to impart, is to empower, right? Is to groom. But today, with all due respect to everybody who are educationists in the house, today, school owners are more of the monetary profit that comes with it than building the people, building the children that we are now sending into schools. And come on, look at the prices of schools today. All right, so if you put the prices of school today side by side with what the children are being taught in the classroom, it's far lagging. And then I told him then that, look, if you would be owning a school of your own eventually, and this is what, I'm not imposing this on you, but this is what I think you should do. Ensure that every child that is coming out of your school should have the capacity to be a business owner, whether or not the private parastatals or the government agencies employs them or not. So deliberately incorporate entrepreneurship into your school. And he took that to heart, and I mean, it's something that gives me joy, because while he was in the school system, while he was learning in the school system, there are a couple of traits that were incorporated into the school. Now, I'm not particularly into any syllabus or curriculum, but it becomes an extracurricular activity for them in the school. Well, I don't know whether today that is still that was sustained in that school, because he's no longer in the school. But then it goes to say that he has a mind for the people. See, because there's a very ancient proverb in the Yoruba culture that when a plantain or a banana tree dies, that's at cultivation, it is replaced by its sucker. Now, that adage, or that proverb as it were, was on the premise that both the plantains, the main plantain tree and the sucker were grown on the same soil within same condition. But then, that's not what we have today. That's not what we have today. So I'm talking about education. Take for example our politicians. You know, we grew up in Ondo State, and one of the governors of Ondo State, ex-governor now, Mimiko Olusegun, you know, he did something that was very, very fantastic, and that should have sent an elaborate message to all the politicians and the political rulers of our nation, and maybe largely to the African leaders. Was that there's a particular secondary school in Akure called Fuashai Grammar School. Fuashai Grammar School is one of the government-owned boarding schools, day and boarding schools in Ondo State. And while Mimiko was in government, he had only daughters, and Fuashai Grammar School was a girls-only secondary school. All of his daughters went through the secondary school. And now this is not with special forces manning the gates of Fuashai Grammar School or standing at the entrance of their classrooms. So he was showing vulnerability to the indigents of Ondo State, and of course, I hope what he was doing at the time was to send messages to others who prefer rather to send their children to Fuashai Grammar School, but then will send them to other schools in Europe or somewhere in Asia, all in the name of protection, safety, security, the security that you have failed to provide for us as a people. And this is the environment we live in. These are the kind of leadership that we have. These are the kind of environment that the young African is being groomed. Now, you see, I said I'm going to talk about mentorship, and the dangerous thing about mentorship is that mentorship is fantastic. Professor Patu Tomi had a very elaborate eulogy right here today before he came up. But then that was because it was a healthy mentorship that he gave to Mr. Ubong and other Ubongs that we have today that came through him. But I say the thing about mentorship that we have not really looked at is that, you see, what you don't have, you cannot give. So you only give what you have, which is why if you look at the political game of Nigeria and other African nations today, is nepotism is in play, godfatherism is in play, and so on and so forth. Why? Because the mentors pass those batons down to the mentees, and like I said, that you can only give what you have. But deliberately or not, our leaders have decided to go that route, to not have the people at mind. You see, because for Africa as a nation, Africa as a people, to be able to stand on the global platform tomorrow to compete with the avalanche of developments that has come and that is yet to come, the young of Africa, the younger generation of Africa must be built deliberately, must be formed deliberately to an end where we are able to lead this nation, lead our nation, lead our continent. And there is no better place to do this, to start from other than our education system. Education system must be changed deliberately, having the future of Africa at heart. Because what we have today, what we all went through, the primary education, the secondary education, I understand that we have youth course in the house, with respect to you guys all. what you've been through, if you look at it very well, all in quote that we have been taught to do, whether you did a 4 years course or a 5 years, a 7 years course, as the case may be, is to have a certification that will make your CV look glamorous, and then you get a job. And then you get a job, and then what? Day in, day out, Monday to Friday, 10 to 12 hours a day. Because last year I was in the classroom of the catalyst, Larry Olushola, and we're deliberating on looking at work-life balance. That's work-life balance, yes, generally everywhere in the world is a myth, but in Nigeria it's quite gross. Because an average Nigerian, particularly living in Lagos, he spent about, we found out with statistics we did plus and minus, found out he spent about 17 to 18 hours of the time at work. Now the question is how? Because you see, work as it were, with your certification now, work as it were, it's not just while you are at the office. The moment you wake up from your bed and you touch the ground, and at that point where you begin to do a mental note of what you're going to do at work, you already started working, and that is the part of working that you're not being paid for. Now the question is, for how long will you do this until you get tired or you get retired? And then what are we ready to pass on to the? So our education system is so flawed, so that we are taught to continually depend on the West. But you see, what I'm bringing to us today is to tell us that the solution to Africa is not going to come to us by an NGO, as it were. UNICEF is not bringing it. The West are coming to us with self-interest. So there is no way that they are going to teach us, give us the way out of the slavery that they put us. Now today, there's been the abolition of the slave trade, as it were, physically. Nobody today is being chained, bound by hands, bound by legs, and then you have locks in your mouth and go to work on the sugarcane plantation somewhere in Brazil, or you go to work on a cotton plantation in the UK. No. But how about our mind? Because post the colonial era, we were sold an ideology that the white man is better than the black. Alright? But it's not so. No, it's not so. Which is why, coming down to our education system, this has to be deliberately taught in the classroom. It has to be infused into our curriculum, into our syllabus. Because we can no longer, as a continent, allow the West to design a curriculum, to design our textbooks, to design our lecture materials in the universities, and it has to come to an end where we as well have to make the deliberate change in our classroom. Now let's even go back to the universities quickly. Now we have lecturers who would say to you today, now this is the kind of education that we have. I was doing this course, I finished with B, therefore nobody is getting an A. Right? Somebody is resonating with that. I had a C, you can't get a B. But then see, the joy of a sane lecturer, the joy of a sane teacher, is that you have a product that came out of you that is relatively better than you, because you come to a place where you understand that during your time your world is different from what we have now. There have been evolutions over the time. So you as a lecturer had refused to evolve with time, and now you are imposing the same ideology on the student that you have. That way we cannot have a better Africa. Nah, it's not possible. See, again I'm going to say this, that until we fix our educational system, we go nowhere as a people. We go nowhere as a continent. and would continue to be enslaved by the Western world, not the East, as we are seeing it now. Because we're spoken to about the Japa syndrome that is eroding us. I was talking to my brother earlier, and I said, look, the African continent is suffering from what I call human resources hemorrhaging. We are bleeding. We are bleeding our human resources. And guess what? The guys from Asia, it used to be the guys from Europe and America, but today the guys from Asia are moving into the African nations in tons, in tens and in thousands. Now the question is, why are we running out and they are running in? What are they seeing that we are not seeing? Because when we speak on the subject of education, education goes beyond now what we study in our classrooms. It goes to say what a parent is teaching to the child. Because yes, the lecturer might be bad, the teacher might be strict, the teacher in fact might be poor mentally, but then he has about 8 hours with this child. But then when we come to the home front, what are we educating our children with? Which is why I'll take this time to speak to parents, to the African parents, that it's high time we started to re-engineer our mind. Because when we continue to educate our children now from what the Western world would call homeschooling, when we continue to homeschool our children with what we had, what we knew, that is no longer relevant to the today's world, there is no way it's going to position that child or those children to have what it takes to compete in the global platform tomorrow. It doesn't matter how old or young your children are. If we continue to teach them what we knew, they will stand no chance on the global platform. No way. So even so, the parent themselves had to now go back to school, because see, in learning there is a need for unlearning. There is a need for unlearning, particularly in this part of the world. It's the advent of AI and machine learning. I know what some of the African-minded people would still say that AI and machine learning are malpractices, plagiarism, as it were, if you're writing your project or you're writing an academic paper. Now, but then you see, I'm not saying they are entirely right or wrong, but what I'm saying is this: AI or machine learning, whatever tool you're using, ChatGPT, whatever you're using today, it's a tool, and it wasn't designed to replace the human mind. No, it was designed to enhance the human mind. Because machine learning is called machine learning because the coding and the algorithm are designed to learn from human being. All right. Now, because I heard someone say something, because he was looking for a job, and then what he said was, why wouldn't he leverage on AI tools to prepare for his interview when the interviewer are preparing their interview questions with AI? Why not? All right. So see, we can't exhaust the subject of education and how important it is for us as a nation. But then, see, we at the government level, at the policy makers and the policy decider level, we must. It becomes very, very important, very, very imperative that we are, providing a platform for the young Africa to stay home. Otherwise, we continue to have what I called human capital hemorrhaging. We're bleeding out. We're bleeding out because I spent the last 10 years in the corporate environment, and in the last 10 years, in every organization that I've worked, I've had to work with expatriates. 10 years. 10 years. Every board meeting that I've attended, every meeting that I've attended in the last 10 years, had at least one expatriate in the room. And the expatriates are now holding menial positions. Because see, last week we were having a discussion in the office, and the CFO of my office was complaining to me that we have people in the office who are, in quote, in the African context, in the Nigerian context, in quote, more qualified than the expatriates. Some of the expatriates are coming in with elementary studies. Yeah, as I said, in the last 10 years, I had to work with them. In the last 10 years, I had to work with them, and then that's the reality. Because the environment that was created for us by our leaders is what I said, the white is more superior than the black. Because you see, when you come into marketing, as it were, when you come into marketing, because I spent 8 years in records and information management, and I was head of operation, and part of my role was business development. And one of the strategy that was being adopted is that at all times we must have an expatriate as a business developer in Nigeria, because the white collar was perceived to represent trust in the African continent, to represent competence in the African environment. This is the reality that we live every day. Every day. Yes, we have brothers and sisters abroad who are doing well, particularly in the medical environment. But see, when you come largely to the structural environment, we don't stand a chance. Because for a white guy, it is easier for him in the African environment to sell to black easily than the black, because amongst the black we don't even trust ourselves. So if I'm bringing a premium product to you as black, and somebody else is, and a white guy is bringing a substandard product to you, because he's white, it's immediately send a signal of premium and this of inferior quality. This has to change, and this can only change from the educational board. And this is not just limited to the Ministry of Education. It is to every one of us, parents, business owners. What are we inculcating? What are we teaching? What message are we passing? The African indigenous study must take roots largely. So we can't exhaust, like I said, on education. But then we'll go to the next stage of education, which is mentorship. And this is one of the things that is very, very close to my heart. Because I wrote my dissertation for my master's program on servant leadership. And servant leadership points to mentorship. So it speaks to an end that you who had, in quote, arrived, you who have, in quote, blown, shouldn't be the Lord who is unapproachable, and you dwell in a light that is unapproachable. No. But what you have known over the time, what you've learned over the time, which is why I'm so happy with what Professor Pat told me had done over the years. And to a large extent, I think each and every one of us are here today as a result of mentorship, of someone's mentorship, from what I've heard on the storyline. Now, the problem of mentorship is this, that particularly in this environment, we have the mentors who are ready, all right, but the mentees are not available. That's one of the problem. And if you flip it, sometimes the mentees are available, ready, but the mentors are too busy. But then we must strike that balance, because again, I'm going back to that ancient Yoruba adage that says whenever a plantain tree or a banana tree dies, it replaces itself with its own sucker. Right? If we continue the way we are going, when our plantain dies, the bigger plantain dies, they are going to be replaced by the sucker of, I don't know, a pineapple. If we continue this way, because through mentorship we can talk of knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer in the classroom, as fantastic as education is, knowledge transfer is highly limited. Because we just got the statistics here not long ago. A very big percentage of students out of the secondary schools are crammers. La cram, la po. Alright. But then through mentorship, what you stand to gain is you're not just hearing principles, you're not just hearing rules, you're not just hearing theories, you're first-hand learning of this person's failure. Yes, because the place of mentorship is a place of vulnerability, both for the mentor and the mentee. So this is where I failed. Be careful. Now let me share with us. I have failed in 2 businesses. I've started 2 businesses and I've lost. First, I started a logistic business. I lost it. And the second, I started an FMCG business, and that crashed after a year. So I lost a lot of money, literally all of my money at the time. And then I went back to look at where I failed, how I failed. And what I found out at the end of the day, one of the things I found, because the excuses I was making for myself then was that I didn't give enough time to build the business, because the business was at the embryo stage and I was divided between developing my business and building career in the work environment. So at the time I said, okay, this was a major reason why the business failed. But then I kept on asking questions within myself. I was honest with myself, and then I came to a conclusion that, okay, yes, that was a factor to why those businesses failed. But the major factor why the businesses failed was mentorship. Because in both businesses, I didn't have a mentor. I wasn't, as it were, accountable to anybody who had failed in the same business. Because, see, let me now speak to the young generation quickly. In choosing your mentor, please ensure that you know his failures, because it is very, very easy for us to communicate our wins and then cover the failures that we've had. But largely, mentorship is to show to you where we have failed, where the mentor had failed, so that you see, the mentor would have already paid in advance for your own failure with his own failure. Because when I now came out of my own losses, so when I said to myself that, okay, you know what, I'm going to take all of the losses, all the money I lost during this time, and said, okay, this was my fee for my business school, and the only thing that I'm not coming out of in this business school is that I don't have a certificate that is saying that I graduated from Lagos Business School. But then this is I went to a business school, and I said when that mindset changed, what I found out was that at the time I was beginning to have young chaps who were going into business, some of them similar business that I failed in, and they would come to me and said, okay, this is what I want to, this is what I plan to do. And I found out that, okay, these guys were walking in the exact same footstep that I walked through. And today I can tell you, have businesses that are running whom I had shared my mistakes with. They didn't repeat my mistakes. Yes, they are going to make other mistakes. But from where I'm standing, they are not going to make my own mistakes again. So long you come to me, you're not going to make my mistakes. I'm going to share my mistakes with you. I'm very, very vulnerable with my mistakes. I'll share my mistakes with you so you don't make my mistakes. Now, this is what we benefit from mentorship. And when we talk on the subject of mentorship, one of the dangers we found in mentorship is what we're going to be talking about later, which is on the place of trust. You see, I said that the place of mentorship is the place of vulnerability for both the mentor and the mentee. Now, speaking on the mentee aspect, you must have the capacity, you must have the stomach to hold whatever it is you're being told that is a person's mistake, a person's downfall. Alright? And of course, you shouldn't be in a position where you now destroy your mentor. Because again, I'm going to share a personal experience. Now, for me, about 10 years ago, I got introduced to a man at the time, because I was in between job at the time. I was introduced to this man. And then before that time, I knew nothing about records and information management, digital, electronic document management, and so on and so forth. I knew nothing about it. And I got introduced to him, and then he engaged me. And over the years, we've built a relationship that had gone beyond employer-employee to a mentor-mentee. And one of the things that I found myself doing over the years is to protect his interests at all times. Is to cover for him at all times. Is to, yes, it's when the relationship grows to a certain point, you come to a point where you can, should we call it scold now, to scold your mentor in a respectful way. One of the ways to do that in a respectful way is not to do it in the public. The social media is a very fantastic place now to use it, and everybody and anybody is bold on the social media now. Right? But no. But then on the flip side, in 2023, I met, but anytime I'd been in the business for 8 years thereabout, 7 years thereabout, and then I, out of the blue, met someone who was promising, as it were, who was in need of a job, as it were, and then I took him in. And he learned a lot from me, built with me, and he got his promotions very fast. But then, see, loyalty is always questioned when you have, in quote, a perceived bigger benefit than what you are currently enjoying. So, in quote, a crisis came up in the company I was working with at the board level, and given my loyalty to the then managing director, who had brought me on his wing for about 7 to 8 years, taught me everything I knew and all of that. But then the crisis arose, and I got sold out by a person I brought into the business and mentored in a year. Now, we could argue that the period was short and maybe the loyalty hadn't been built, but then it's something It's something. So eventually, I lost the job practically. I felt bad about it, but then what I decided to do after that is not to stop to bring up younger ones, to bring up other people, because you do not define all with one. I say that again, that you do not define all with one. The action or the reactions, the behavior of one doesn't exclusively define all. So now, speaking to mentors is this: there are failures, there are betrayals, there are broken trust and all of that that would come in line of mentorship. But then what I'm saying to us this afternoon is that for us to be able to groom the young Africa, is that the place of mentorship cannot be marginalized at all, cannot be put into the back seats. So which is why we who are coming up, either you are young or you are old, but you have the best interest of Africa at heart, is that we give room for mentorship, irrespective of the bitter experiences that we must have had in the past. We keep believing in humanity, and we keep believing in the good in people, and I'm telling you that we are going to get rewarded for it. Sometimes the reward is in heaven. Sometimes the reward is in heaven, but then you have to take it, right? So mentorship is key. Mentorship is because another aspect of mentorship that we have in the particularly the Nigerian context is the apprenticeship. Now, to show to us that the apprenticeship of Nigeria, particularly the Igbo's apprenticeship, is so working, is that, as we heard earlier, Harvard Business School has now, I would say, invested into this. So it's now a course being studied in Harvard, which is one of the disadvantages that we, when I say we, I'm talking myself and my siblings, had, was that our dad never believed in apprenticeship, as it were, trade learning, as it were. He was all about school, right? But then the narrative changed when it got to our third born. So he came to live with me at some point, and then I asked him, okay, so let's get you a job. He told me categorically he didn't want a job. I said, okay, but you can't be idle in my house. It's not going to work. He said it's not planning to be responsible. That what he wants to do is he wants to go into fashion. I said, okay, that's fine. He took his time to learn fashion, and then today he's doing fantastically well. Now, does that write off entirely the need for school, for formal education? No, it doesn't. Because you see, pick a person who went through apprenticeship, because now we want to create a balance here. Pick a child who went through apprenticeship, as it were, but without a formal education, and another who went through the formal education and apprenticeship. Put them side by side. There's that difference. So at the end of the day, education will be scam. Because when I was doing Introtech in my time in the secondary school, part of the Introtech, I think fixes and thereabout, part of the tools we learned about then were vernier caliper. I've never had a reason to really need to know or use what a vernier caliper is. But this week I have a need for a vernier caliper. So vernier caliper is a tool you use to measure thickness of anything. And then so today I have one vernier caliper in my office, but when I made request for one and I got it, then so this is what these actually do. And I came to understand that a guy who didn't have a formal education, as it were, but learn how to use a vernier caliper would be, now with due respect, primitive in the use of the caliper compared to a person who studied vernier caliper in school and then had to put it to practice at work. So at the end of the day, speaking to the young ones, is that education no be scam. It enhances what you already have. It enhances the skills that you had already built. And so this is where we bring the balance between education, formal education, and informal education. Right? So mentorship, apprenticeship, however you want to put it, is key. Now, with your education, irrespective of where you've got into, the place of mentorship cannot and should not be written off. Because again, learn from my mistakes. Two businesses, and two of them failed. Why? Because I wasn't accountable to any mentorship based on that business. And today, I am consulting for people on data protection under the NDPC. So I took the lessons from my failed businesses and applied into this one. And I'm not running this business solo. So I have people who had gone ahead of me who would walk the journey of this consulting with me. And I can tell you to a large extent, I'm doing well at the consulting. Because I now have people who had made the mistakes ahead of me, and I no longer have to make their mistakes. Because one of the things also that mentorship does is that it gives you access. Because there are names that you have that you can carry to a door and the doors will open. Some names are already keys that opens locks. We have them in this continent. We have them in Africa. But then, how accessible are they to the young Africa? How accessible are they to the young Africa? Because again, I'm saying it, that for us, the young African, to be able to compete on the global platform, it is required that we have the competitive advantage from our education system to mentorship. And now we talk on the subject of trust. All right, on the subject of trust. Trust is not bought. Whichever shade you want to put, you want to name trust, you want to name it, I don't know, loyalty, you want to name it belief, or whatever you want to name it. It's not bought, it is earned. It is earned. And for you to earn the trust, or for you to be given a trust, as the case may be, it requires that you first are trustworthy. And this goes to say to the leadership of the African nation, that for our people to trust in us, which is bringing me back to the Japa syndrome, for us to stop bleeding our human capital into the West, is that our leaders must build an environment that the young can trust in. See, the African skin is, yes, it's resilient, but it's not designed for the cold of Austria. No. We are warmed. God deliberately put us on the line of equator for a reason. But then, one other thing that God built in us is that adaptability. So that even if you take an African man, a Nigerian man in particular, a Lagos hustler, to the North Pole today, Baba will survive. Now it's an advantage to us if we are back home, but then it becomes a disadvantage to that adaptability, that resilience, that toughness, that ruggedity and doggedity becomes a disadvantage to us as a continent. Because knowing that our people can survive anywhere in the world, when a government, when a system create an environment for them that they can trust, they are leaving your land. They're leaving your land not because hope is lost on Africa. No. Because I don't want to suffer what my parents suffered. It's one of the reasons why people are jack buying. I want to have a better life for my children. I don't want to raise my children in this environment. It's one of the reasons. Now, not because we do not have the resources to do this. I tell you what, Africa is arguably one of the most resources rich part of the entire planet. Because how you see that is the loads of expatriates that are coming into Africa. Now come to 1004. 1004 has a lot of clusters, cluster A, B, C, D, and within the clusters you have hundreds of houses, hundreds of apartments. And what I've found from living in 1004 is that arguably 80% of the residents of 1004 are expatriates, particularly from Asia, either India or Thailand or China. And you know what? 1004 is the federal government owned housing estates. The federal government owned housing estate. But not all average Nigeria can afford to stay there. But the expatriate comes and they have that. And this is a trust we're talking about. So what we see today is that the system we are building, or we have allowed to be built in our African environment, using Nigeria as a case study, is that it is now it's built to be more conducive to the strangers rather than the indigenes. So the people of the African continent are therefore losing trust in our leaderships, in our systems. And this must be changed. We must come to a place where we largely deliberately build the trust that the young African can build around and thrive in. Again, I'm saying it, that there is a reason why we are having thousands of expatriates coming into Africa every day, either through seeking, in fact, expatriates are seeking asylum in Nigeria. I hope you know that. They're seeking asylum in Nigeria. I know of a Syrian that came in through NGOs to seek asylum in your country, and he got a job and he's being paid between $2,000 to $5,000. How much are you earning today? Doing much more work than that. And this is the environment we find ourselves. So on the front of the system, the policies, the leadership, the politics must be designed in such a way that trust is built. Trust is built deliberately with the people and for the people. That is, we are building our policies with the interests of the African nation at heart. It is on this only that we can thrive, survive, and sustain our growth as a people. Because what we have today is that we now trust more in NGOs than we are trusting in our own government, because NGOs today are giving better jobs. The water system, good road that we've been promised is for political campaigns and all of that. But these guys are coming in to give it to us, in quote, free of charge. But then, this is the irony of it. There is nothing you are getting from anywhere that is free. Either you are paying in deed or you are paying in kind. Right? So, we must build an environment that allows our people to stay home, allow our young to grow. Because when we talk on the subject of mentorship, the young Africans are found out to be brought into the tables of the, in quote, the elders today, to show to the world that Africa in a way is investing in their young ones. But then on the table, in the room, we're not given that voice. We're not given that trust. We're not given that access. So the in quotes, investing into the young has become a cosmetics that is being painted on the African continent. So deliberately, we have to bring this young into the room, build them, and prepare them for the future. I watch movies, and one of the movies that was played to depict Africa was Black Panther. So in Black Panther 1, King T'Chaka, when he died, and King T'Challa was to be coronated after him, and the practice in the Zulu environment is that the incoming king will be buried in a tradition, through a traditional rite, and then he will appear into the what is called the ancestral plane, and then he'll have a conversation with the recently passed king. And when King T'Chaka came into the ancestral plane, and then he was telling his father, he said, "Baba," he said, "I'm not ready." And I said, "I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready yet." And then the question King T'Chaka asked him was that, "I told you something, that a father who had not prepared his son to thrive and survive after him had failed the son." And then he asked him, "Have I failed you in any way?" He said, "No, Baba." That is what we should have. That is what we should have. So, trust again between mentor and mentees is imperative. It is imperative. So, in closing, I'll speak to the young African. I'll speak to the young African today that, see, get ready. Get ready, because the grass is only greener on the other part, or looks greener on the other part, because it was properly watered there. So get ready to be mentored, get ready to be educated, because there is a need to re-engineer our mind as a people. There is a need to re-educate ourselves as a people to an end where we are ready and prepared for what is to come to us, and we're able to compete on the global platform. Otherwise, we're going to lose our African continent. We're already losing the African continent to the West. And we have the likes of Ibrahim Traore, who is pushing these guys out. But then that's a fraction. That's a fraction. That's a fraction, because when the concept of the Ibrahim Traore system of government was very, very hot last year, and we're having this debate, what I said, see guys, look, it's fantastic what Ibrahim Traore is doing, right? But then there is a sect that is called that I call the African elders. Now the question is the African elders, if the African elders would allow the young Africa to thrive in what they are bringing up. Because the African elders had dined with the West, had taken the gold of the West, had taken the wine of the West, so much so that we sold our birthright as a continent to the West, and we can no longer stand to them. We can no longer stand to them and say, get off of our land. And because I said, Ibrahim Traore will be fine, but then there's every possibility, and this was before all the assassination attempts happened to him. I said, what we are going to be having is that the African would go ahead to remove him, because there are some elites that what he's doing is anti what they want, and then which boils down to personal interest. It is anti what they want. It's anti what they stand for. It is anti their system of government. And then we saw all of the assassination attempts on him. But is that the point? I'm saying again that this is a fraction. It's one person. It's just one person. And it's not even happening in Nigeria. In quotes, giant of Africa. Giant of Africa. The West understand that if Nigeria can re-educate themselves and get it right, then it's going to bring about the liberation of the African continent. But Nigeria as a nation, we're not ready yet to do that. We're not ready yet to do that. So the young ones who are coming up, build yourself. Get ready. Give yourself to re-education. Come out of the classroom and learn what is currently prominent in the world. What is giving us that advantage, or what is giving the West that advantage? We learn that, leverage on that, and then we are able to stand a chance. We're able to stand a chance to fight for the survival of the African continent. Because I said again, it is projected that by 2050 we are going to either have 50% or double in population. And that is because between ages of 18 to 45 is still at the birthing age, which means a lot of children are still coming into the system. And we are not making room for them to be able to stand a chance to compete on the global platform. So the parent as well must have trust in their children. When they have opportunity to go into mentorship, they must have that trust that, okay, what I don't have, there is an environment where my child could get this, and you allow that. All right. So the parents must give that trust, and the elders, the one I call the elders of Africa. When I say the elders of Africa, I'm referring to the leadership of Africa, the political leadership of Africa. The political leadership of Africa must either leave the room for transformation or become the agent, become the custodian of the transformation that Africa needs. Because we will sit in the AU year in, year out to discuss development and transformation of the African continent. Without action, without deliberate change, then we'll get nowhere. We will get nowhere. So speaking to the elders of Africa, it is important and imperative that we give room for transformation. Yes, the West is ahead of us, way ahead of us. The West is ahead of us. But yes, technology had become the equalizer. And now we can take that advantage, build on what they already have on ground, and hand over the baton to the young Africa to continue on a better advantage. All right. So we are African. We are African. We are ancient, and yet we are young at heart. We are ancient, and yet we are young in people. The hope of Africa is built on only, I repeat, built on the young. And so the young must be given room to explore. The young must be given room to develop. And the old must either step out or evolve. Thank you very much. I would stop on this note, and I would like to pass at this point the baton to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nothing dims the light that shines from within. That was a quote that I stumbled upon while I was trying to read an article on the New York Times magazine some time ago. This quote is from Maya Angelou, and immediately it resonated with me. The light, your light, my light. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Munisola Olayemi, and I'm going to be talking to you on your light, my light, and the light that differentiates you from others. What makes you whom you are? We were all born differently, with a voice, with a passion, and something that differentiates us from the rest of the world. Some people might call it destiny. Some people will call it potential. But for the purpose of this speaking today, I will be calling it the light. Your light is that thing that you are born with, that keeps you going, even when everything around you is saying no. The light is what gives you that confidence, even when the world is telling you you cannot do it. As individuals, we've been subjected to situations or circumstances where even our friends, our family members will tell us you cannot do it. It's impossible. Or even the voice in your head will tell you, Moni, this is not possible. But I want to let you know that you have everything it takes to be different. I'm going to cite an example. I'm going to tell a story of what happened to me recently, or maybe some few years ago. I was unlucky to be in an environment that was really toxic. I knew I could be more. I knew I could be more. I knew I could do more. But unfortunately, I was working with a boss that wanted to limit me. So every opportunity that I had, maybe to represent the company, every opportunity that I had to be given access to speak, or having an opportunity that I had to be able to be the voice of the company, I was refused and rejected. But I knew I was not going to allow that situation to keep me or limit me or put me in a box. What did I do? I told myself, while I'm here, I'm still going to continue to build capacity. I'm still going to continue to learn and relearn and unlearn. Fortunately for me, I got another job. And it was surprising to me that in less than 6 months, I was being celebrated in that company. As a matter of fact, I got over 5 awards, which also fetched me a promotion. I want you to think, I want you to write down, I want you to listen to me. Please, I'll need your attention. I want you to think about it. Have you ever been in a situation where you're being limited, or someone has told you you cannot do it? Have you been in a situation where you have started it, but you have to leave it because it was looking too big for your vision? Are there certifications that you're supposed to have done? Do you have exams that you're supposed to have written, but you have abandoned because someone said you cannot do it? I was trying to check my credentials lately, and I saw that as of 2002, I had a form already filled for the Chartered Institute for HICAN, but which I never did. That was more than 26 years ago. But if I had taken my time, if I've given it my best, I'm sure I would have been a chartered accountant by now. But let me tell you, I have learned a lot of lessons. And I've also seen that we have a lot of young guys in this room today. That kind of mistake that I made in the past, I really do not want you to make it. If it's that networking that you need to do that will take you to that place you're going to, start it now. If it's that exam that you need to write that will take you to that your place of destination, please do not allow anything to stop you. So what did I do? I knew I needed to have another master's. And the day I told my husband, I looked at him, I said, I'm going to go back to Unilag and I'm going to go for another MSc. He thought it was a joke. He said, you that you're looking for money, you want to go and write exam, you want to go for your masters. I said, I'm going to do it. And this time, I have never had a distinction. In my degree, it wasn't a distinction. In my MBA, it wasn't a distinction. But I told him, for these masters that I'm about to go for, I'm going to come out with a distinction. It wasn't an easy one for me. I went for a master's in development finance. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I was the only lady in the class. So most times when the lecturers, when they're trying to ask questions, jokingly, as the lady, and they saw that I was the busy one, I could remember Dr. Shiro would look at me and say, Madam, show ye, as in Yoruba, to ask, do you really understand what we're talking about? I said, sir, is it because you look at me, or is it because when you see my pictures, I love going for parties? Do you think I don't understand what you're doing? But I told myself the first day I set my feet into Unilag that I'm going to come out with a distinction. What did I do? I made sure I had an accountability partner, a friend, who was always checking up on me, and I told myself that I was going to give it the best. I'm proud to let you know that 2 years ago, not just that I finished that course, I finished with a master's degree in development finance with a distinction. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sometimes the world would like to limit you. The world wants to put you in a corner. The world wants to box you. But I want to tell you today, you don't need to shrink. We have different temperaments. Okay, so I have my biological children. I'm glad that one of them is here today. We have the introverts. We have the extroverts. We have the quiet one. We have the organized ones. We have the disorganized one. But there is something in you that will definitely differentiate you from others. So maybe when you are the extrovert, people call you the loud one. But when you are the introvert, they'll tell you are not sociable. But those strengths that you have, you can actually channel it to be your strength. So I'm sure you have been in a situation where someone had told you that I think this position is really not good. As a lady, you might not be able to fit in, or this position can only be fit. There's only ladies that can fit into this. Let me give you an example. I had a brother that wanted to read nursing, in Nigeria, and someone told him that nursing is for ladies, for women. And you know what the guy told him? He said, "No, I'm going to be a different nurse. We have other. I'm going to be a man with a difference in nursing, and he's really doing well today." I want you to take time, maybe on your phone, or write it down. Note something. Ask yourself a question. What is it that I've allowed myself to shrink about? I want us to take a moment to pause and think about it. The reason why we're reiterating it, we had enough reasons for this Guinness Book of World Record attempt for us not to achieve it. We had a lot of reasons for us to say no, but yet we went ahead. The first day when we clocked 24 hours, I was really impressed, and I saw the teamwork that you all put into it. And that was why, as soon as I saw that we're on the third or the fourth week today, I told myself, even if it's going to be 10 or 15 minutes speech, I'll be here to give my speech. The darkness thrives in fear, in anxiety. But you know what light does? When it shows up, darkness fades away. Light does not ask for permission. Light does not ask for validation. Light does not live to please others. Light does not want to copy what others are doing. light is authentic. Light is being genuine. You know, life happens. I'm sure maybe you have tried a lot of things. You have put in your hands in some businesses. Maybe you have even tried to look for a job, but it's looking like no, it's going to be difficult to be employed. But I want to tell you again that everything that happens to you, do not let it bring you down. Be encouraged. Be encouraged, and let your light shine in the darkness. When the light shines, the fear goes away. When your light shines, anxiety goes away. I'm going to cite another example about my life, because I have a lot of things that I've also passed through, and that's why I do have a lot of stories, especially when I have the opportunity to speak like this. Sometimes in 2014, I was a young banker, and the manager at that time resigned, and I wasn't prepared to take up that role. I could remember when she was leaving, I asked her, I said, "Oh, quickly, please, can you just take me through the process? What do you do daily so that I can learn it while you are not around?" But that thing kept telling me that you can't do it. You're too young for this. You're just a BO at that time. That this is a big branch. You might not be able to cope. But what I told myself at that time was that no, if she could do it, what will stop me from being able to do it? What I told my team then, when she resigned, I asked her, so she went on vacation, and while she was on vacation, she sent in a resignation letter, and I was the most senior at that time. And I called for a meeting with my team members. I said, while we're waiting for the new managers to resume, please, I really want us to put in our best. Let us shine our light. Let the new manager know that we are together, we are a team, and we will work with him or her when she resumes. I was giving him my best, but the voice kept telling me, you can't do it. This is too big for you. But I said, no, everything it takes for me to be able to handle this role, I will put in effort. I was just in a meeting one day when the group head just said, as a matter of fact, Moni, what will it stop you from being the manager of that branch? Again, the voice came and said, Shoma Leshe in Yoruba. That's Yoruba language in Nigeria. Shoma Leshe, which means, will you be able to do it? But I said to that voice, I will. And not just that I will do it excellently. I assumed that role, and I assumed the role of a branch manager in an A branch, and I'm excited this evening to let you know that not just that I took up that responsibility, I did excellently well. The gist today is about your light. Do not let anyone dim your light. Do not let anyone dim your light. If you need to speak up, please do. If you need to do that presentation, please do it excellently. If you need to be the one to champion a cause, please do it. If you need to be the one to volunteer for an event, please do it. Lastly, I'm going to cite the third example. I used to be a Sunday school teacher in my church. And the first time, we were supposed to have the camp for the teenagers. And one of my friends that was part of the organizing committee just called and said, "Oh, sis, we would like you to help us check out the facility and to be sure that we can make use of that facility for the event." Because of that, because I've understood that whatsoever my hand findeth to do, I will do it with all my might. I told myself that this camp that I've been assigned to champion, I'm going to do it excellently well. What I did was to give all my best. At the time, initially, people were saying I was too strict. But at the end of that camp, I was called to more than 4 other churches to give presentations because of how I handled that camp. Do not let anyone dim your light. Can you just turn to someone sitting beside you? Say, do not let anyone dim your light. Do not let anyone dim your light. For any situation that you find yourself, keep shining. Keep representing. Don't be boxed. Don't be limited. Don't be put in a box. Don't be limited. Keep shining. You know, sometimes in life we face a lot of challenges, we face a lot of problems, and I'm not going to be citing examples because we all make mistakes. But I know there's a popular American musician. Anytime I remember her, I always ask that question: how did she get it? She's dead now. The daughter too is dead, and I think her mom died recently. For those that I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. But most times I always ask myself, how did she get it wrong? What happened? Why did she allow the world to dim her light? Why did she allow the influences of the world to dim her light? Why did she put herself in that situation? Not just did they dim her light, they actually put the light off. As I'm going to leave this stage today, I'm going to leave you with a word. Do not let anybody dim your light. And we're going to go back to that Maya Angelou's quote, which says, nothing dims the light that shines from within. Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Alright, thank you very much, ma'am. That's a very great one. And I believe we've gotten a lot from that. At least, if not anything, whenever you fall, don't fall apart, fall forward. I think that's a very big one that stood out for me there. Even for the fact she had, something that would have, bring her down or make her feel somehow, but she actually saw the lesson, then she moved forward. Well, I'll start by telling a story. A story of every Nigerian. Will I say every Nigerian? No, let me say every youth. A story of every youth. And that's the fact that, and after the story I'll ask 3 questions, then we move on from there. Imagine a youth that just finished, his secondary school, and when he was being asked that, oh, what next? Are you going to university or you want to just learn a skill? Then he said he wants to learn a skill. Then they put him for fashion designing, and the course is going to take him for just 2 years. After 2 years, he was satisfied. The parent gave him some money to start a business. So if I'll ask anyone here, what do you expect this person to be able to do now? Like, what level of service can you go to that person for now? Can anybody answer? If you're listening to my story. He just finished learning fashion designing. Like, so what kind of service will you go to him for? You don't understand what I'm asking at all? You didn't get it, right? Okay, I said a youth in Nigeria, not a Nigerian youth from many nations of the world. He just finished learning. He learned fashion designing for just 2 years. After which he was certified. He opened a shop, and now either as a client or as probably you are his parent, one of the parent now. Like, what kind of service will you go to the boy for? To make clothes, right? Okay, to make clothes. I said that to ask this question. Then sometimes, why do we ask from life what we've not put in it? We always say school na scam, school na scam. Why? Because probably I study, let me say something. That's not what I study. I study something like psychology now. And you're looking at it that you can't really see a direct work for psychology. And you just say school is scam. Why? Because you know directly what's making income from it. I don't know if you're getting me now. So I said that to say that sometimes we expect school to fix everything about our life. Is it our finance? One, our health, our even emotion, our relationship, our social life. You just expect school to feel everything, and you look back and you say school, nah, scam. What if I tell you school is not scam? It's garbage in, garbage out, right? Because now he actually put in for fashion designing, so it will even be bad for him to get something that is not fashion designing. I don't know if you're getting the concept now. It will be bad for him not to get something that is not what fashion designing. That's what he put in for initially, and that is what he would actually get. And that's why today I'll be talking about beyond education, how to build an holistic human being. Beyond education, how to build an holistic human being. My name remains Kaede Ayomide Damilari. Now, if I may ask you, what's education? Like, when you hear the word education, what comes to your mind? Education is actually gotten or it refers to two Latin words, educare and educare. Those two words. One actually means to train, to mold. That's educare. By educare, that educare now means to build from within out. There are two different things. One actually is to train, to mold. The other one is to build from within out. And there have been two conflicting or competing, yeah, that's a better word, competing definition of education. One is training for function, like training for function, in the sense that you're being trained to be a doctor, to be a lawyer, to be a nurse, to be a psychologist. That's one aspect of it. And the other one is development of an holistic human being. Are you getting it? One is being trained in a particular field, like you're being trained, you're being developed in a particular area of life, while the other one is development into an whole human, an holistic human. My next question is, what is the current system of education now? Like the one you just finished your degree, for instance. Like what's the current state of that education? Which of these two is the education offering? It's important to know which of these two is he offering. And let me tell you something, we always think this thing is unique to Nigeria or unique to Africa alone. What if I tell you is to the whole world, like to the whole world? To the whole world. Both those in Europe, those in Australia, every one of us. And I'll tell you the reason behind that. Because it's important to know that the current of the education we have at now currently is actually shaped by the industrial revolution. That's between 18th and 19th. You know, when the earlier speaker, that's Professor Utomi, he said something about the industrial age, right? He said they needed what? Who can remember? They needed human labor, right? I don't know if you got that part where he was talking about slavery now came in. They needed human labor in large. So just imagine, because if it were you or me too, I believe that's what we also do. You know, a time came, that's industrial age now. A time came whereby people now realize that, oh, we can actually make machine, we can make this, we can make that, but we need more hands to actually make those machines. And now because we can make machine, it means making the machine is now making a kind of job available. I don't know if you're getting that concept. That's the kind of job of being an engineer. Do you get it? A kind of job of being a doctor. It's not making it readily available. And that was also the time education came in. So there's no other thing you would expect that rather than them building that education to reflect that their current, I don't know if you're getting it, that their current problem they are trying to solve. And that's why education now actually is now tilted towards the first definition, which is to train people for a specific job. Do you get it now? So it's not unique to Nigeria alone. Sometimes when you look at that aspect, are we understanding what I'm saying? Are we following me? So that's why education is now tilted towards building that like a career. And these are the four core things they actually deal with now. Generalized knowledge, try to create control and discipline. And another thing they did is, produce skilled workers, prepare people to work in a specific field. And those 4 things were what they now, okay, let's now build a kind of curriculum that will actually back this up with an elementary knowledge of exposure. That's why someone that actually attained, primary to secondary school has a level of exposure. A level of exposure. Then you now, okay, you want to further into university, then that's when the specialization is now being broadened. That, okay, let me go into medicine, let me go into law. So it means that is just an aspect of your life. That's not all that there is. And that's why you see some people, when we are communicating, that's when you realize, although he actually attended university, although she attended university, but when we are communicating, our level of understanding, thinking, problem solving differs. Because beyond school knowledge, someone is reading something else somewhere, but you just stay to school knowledge alone. Now I was discussing with a friend of mine, and he was telling me that he is actually a serious student. He's not an unserious person, a very good one at that. But he said something that I also was like, I also said I was also almost a victim of that anyway. And that's the fact that he said his life changed after 111 when he met a guy in the class. That this guy, he was just having conversation with him, but he knows that this guy is not just dropping words, he's speaking wisdom. And I asked him that, how are you doing it? I believe this thing is not normal. What are you doing? The guy said, every week you make sure he reads a book. He said he has 4 kinds of book he reads every month, in finance, on health, personal development, and on business. That guy too, you're in the same engineering class, but you are not the same thing. Why? Because he's building an holistic life. Because that's what we expect education to do to us. In our mind, you just believe because I've gone to school now, life should be well with me, and end up in say education has come. No, it's not. So, and they are not wrong building it that way, because they can't actually do everything for you. You have to understand, school can only build a career for you. School cannot build your life. You are the one that will build your life. You're the one that will build your life. So the case said everything changed from 211. That 211, whether exam or no exam, he must read the book too. He must read the book. Whether or no, he said he must read the book too. So it said that to say that there are some things that will never be taught in the classroom. It will never be taught. There are some things that will never be taught. But when you actually understand this, you understand that school is only helping you to do an aspect. There are other aspects you should do. And that's how we define the 2 classes of education we have. We have the institutional education and we have the personal education. When I say institutional education, there are some things I'll be giving you about their futures now. You see the difference. One is structured, right? That's institutional. The other one too requires to be structured. Just leave it that way. We'll come back to that. One is given to you, but the other is built by you. They give you that one in the formal education. You're given. You're told you gain admission into medicine. Written in the admission, so person is supposed to study this course from 5 years, 7 years. Everything has been defined. So whether you like it or not, it's already defined. So it's possible that you just even pass through that system. You don't even have your personal reading, whatever. It's possible. But either ways, 5 years is 5 years, 7 years is, it has been defined. But when it's come to our personal development, we're supposed to define it too. That's the structure. That's why I call it structure. We're supposed to define it too. But over time, we don't define it. Imagine you're being admitted. Someone asks you, when you finish the course, or when you graduate, you said, I don't know, I just gained admission. I don't know. Are we getting that? I don't know. I just gained admission. So one is actually built for you, is given to you. So the other one, you have to build it yourself. You have to build it yourself. And when you understand this, you become more what? More intentional. More intentional. More intentional. And one is career focus. That's the institutionalized education. Career focus. While the personal education is self-focus. Is you focusing on yourself. It's self-focus. One is external validation. Your grade and whatever. External validation. External validation. Your grade, your results, is external validation. The other one is internal growth. Internal growth is until you open your mouth and speak that someone will know, wow, it's wisdom that is speaking. It's wisdom that is here. The other one is written on your certificate, and that's why even when life tried to define some people as third class, people like Professor Wale Soyinka, when curriculum, when the institutionalized education tried to define them, as third class, second class, or lower, the reality of life, of personal development, actually shows that they have something better to offer than that. So sometimes when you don't understand this, you define your life by the certificate. You define your life by that and just say, it means all my energy should just be invested here. Yes, I'm not against that. Good, I have mine already and I did well with it. I studied well with it. But what I'm saying is, the goal is to have an holistic life. So why the government, the nation, the world has created a system for that? Why don't you create a system for the other one too? Which is what? The personal education. The personal education. And for you to do this, there are things you must know. There are things you must know. And that's why if two people here are even given, let me say you are given the same information, the same material, the level of benefit you're going to get from that material is dependent on the level of wisdom you have, on the level of knowledge you have resident in you. So sometimes it's not even about the what, it's about the how you really apply what was given to you. So I want to understood you have the institutional education and you have the personal education. Then how can I make the best of those two education? What should I do? How can I actually maximize those two kind of education? Because that's the key takeaway here. How can I really maximize them? I haven't understood that the nation, or we have a like more like a default system that has been built already to cater for the industrial education. The personal education is now what you and I should be aiming at, should be eating at. And I once shared something in a meeting, and after the meeting, a friend walked up to me and asked me, like, want to get clarity on what I said. I told him something. I said, if you have a goal, a dream, and ambition, there must be something you do consciously and consistently to achieving it. And that's the reason why you see, I think there was something that fly around one time. I can't really remember the full story now, about one particular woman. She didn't actually go to school. I think it was around the north, but she has a restaurant. And based on the news that day, like, people will queue from different places, and they'll just queue to get things from her. I'm not talking about just small people, like people or office people, like different people, CEOs and everybody will queue just to buy food from that particular shop. And she's running not one, like many of those shops. And people were like, how can somebody that did not go to a formal school setting actually do this? But later I realized something. Have you ever asked yourself too that teacher comes and go in school, but something remains? What remains? The system of the school. So it means in my personal education, in my personal journey, in my personal educational journey, if I can build system and structure in it, it will remain too. If I can build system and structure. That's why when you get admission, they have a clear system that contains curriculum, what you're supposed to do, when you're supposed to do it, and the area they are going to cover. They won't cover everything. Even if you go for medicine, they won't cover all the aspect of medicine. If you go for engineering, they won't cover everything. There's an aspect they want to focus on. So it's important to know this. So when it comes to your personal growth too, you have to be intentional about it. You have to be intentional. Knowing fully well you can't read everything, you can't know everything, but there is something you must know. There is something you must be aware of. So you have to be intentional. So the first thing I want you to realize here is structure. The structure and plan, like a system, is key. And one way I actually look at this is, let me say, just as I said earlier, someone asking me to, give him enlightenment on what I said in a meeting. Let's say one of your goals, you're planning now that you want to be an holistic person. For you to be an holistic person, you have to know the areas of yourself you have to actually develop. The areas you must develop. Finance is key. Yes, your financial aspect should be developed. Your emotional aspect should be developed. So your social, that's your relationship, you should think about to develop that area too. Your health, you should think about to develop that area. Then in addition, your intellectuals, think about to master and develop that area too. Those 5 areas, they are key. And they should be developed. They should be developed. So that way you've already chosen that, okay, these are the 5 areas of life I want to develop. Then now, what should I do? What am I supposed to master? That's a way of you trying to create a curriculum for yourself now. What am I supposed to master? What am I really supposed to learn? Then you have to itemize those things. Okay, these are the things I want to learn under finance. These are the things I must learn under my social, that's relationship. These are the things I must learn in terms of my emotion. These are the things I must know in terms of my health. And these are the things I must know in terms of my understanding, my mental thinking. And I'll start from that part, the intellectual. It has to do with your mind. And that's why going to school alone has given you a level of exposure. 11, not all. 11. That's why formal education can only build competence in an area, in a particular field, but it cannot build a complete and holistic human. It can't make you holistic, it can't make you complete. And that's why, if you've noticed, we have some of our parents, for some, because I believe for some people here, you would have probably parents that go to higher institution and everything, but I still believe that some people might not. Probably in those categories, because I've met some people in my life that I know actually that particular person actually stopped in secondary school, but what they are saying is beyond the knowledge of person in secondary school. I don't know if you're getting me. You know that this person, that the person will tell that all the person could actually achieve was because since then their parents did not have more than that as a then. Is secondary school, but the wisdom in that, the level of knowledge, the level of understanding, the level of even historical things the person will be telling you, know that the person is just versatile. It's versatile. Why? Because the person has built his intellectual horizon beyond secondary school. And that's what happened to that woman too in Abuja. Although you can say she didn't go to school, but she also understands the other areas of life. Some individual that went to formal school, they didn't go. There's a book, Why C Students Lead A Student. I think that's a book some of us should also read. Why C Students Lead A Student. So these are some certain things some individual knows, and you don't know them. And life is not scam. That's why I said education too is not scam. It's what you give it, you're going to get from it. It's because you have a wrong understanding that because you're not in a formal school, everything should be taken care of by the system of the school. No, they can't do everything. There's an aspect you must do yourself. There's an aspect I must do myself. And when we talk about intellectual, I will be breaking that aspect to 4 other aspects. The first one is knowledge acquisition. You have to be intentional about that. And when you acquire it, it's not just for acquiring sake. The next thing you do is critical thinking. You think about it. You think about it. I think yesterday I mentioned that some of us are Christian because our parents are Christian. Some of us are Muslim because you're born into a Muslim family. You've never thought, and that is that. There are some level of people, some kind of people you cannot really even tell about your religion, because the way you came into that religion is by inheritance, not by revelation. And until then, even yourself, somehow you might just be playing religion. That okay, at this time I must just pray, at this time I must just do. You are just playing religion. So after acquiring any knowledge, the next thing was critical thinking. Critical thinking. Then this step will now lead you to what I call what's problem solving. Because until you think, you won't be able to solve any problem. You won't be able to solve any problem. You won't be able to. Problem solving. And then I see so many people out of university, but only few can really solve problem, because it's only few that are thinking. It's only few that can solve problem. Because everybody has gotten the knowledge, everybody has acquired the information, but it's only few that can really think on that thing and then solve a problem with it. And the fourth one is decision making. You know, I think I said this to you yesterday. A doctor who smoke is not lacking knowledge. That's ignorance. He's a what? He's a fool. That's ignorance. But now he's not lacking knowledge, we know. He's only a fool. He can't apply what he knows. He's only a fool. So decision making is key. You know, some of you be like, and I have it too. You'll be like, somebody tell you, he's just telling you that, I need so amount of money. Or sorry, I need so amount of, I need so and so thing. And be like, I have it too. And the person will say, okay, can you borrow me? And you say, it's not here. I don't know if you get that concept. Someone is asking you, oh, do you have this thing? And you said, you have it. Okay, borrow me, give it to me. But it's not here. That's how it is. Everybody, you have that book that will bless you. You have that particular thing that would actually change your life. But you've not really applied it. You've not applied it. So that's how I always say that knowledge, to me, knowledge is not power. Knowledge is only a potential power. Because until you act on it, it will remain where it is. It will remain it will remain at that potential stage. Until you exert energy on it, it will not become kinetic. It won't. It will just be there, a potential power. So your intellectual aspect is a very key area. You have to be intentional about it. Your primary and secondary school has only done 11 of it. It's left to you, left to me to pick it up from wherever it is they've stopped. And then press on, move forward. And the second aspect you have to what intentionally develop is what I call your financial aspect of life. That your financial aspect. I wouldn't understand. Your mind has to be developed now. You have to do that. Now it's your financial aspect, your finance. There was a mistake. I still call it a mistake. I know some people might not see it as a mistake. Probably it's because of the level of your exposure currently. That's what I'm just going to say. Before I made while in camp, that's NYC camp to be precise, and that's the fact that although I've been I've been engineered over time to think that way. That I actually did that, and that's the fact that you'll be hearing people say, save 10%. Get land, you get those kind of things. Now land is the only estate that is real. That age they say land is the only estate that is real. But I now came across another book not quite long this year, and that's The Fast Lane to Wealth. And that book changed my perception of when it comes to building wealth. He said something. He said wealth in wheelbarrow. That's where real estate will take some people when it comes to just gathering a land and you buying the land and keeping it for the next 10 years. That's wealth in wheelbarrow, because it means from your 20 to your 30, you can't enter a place and buy something like worth million or billion, because you're waiting till you get to your 50s. I don't know if you're getting that point. You're waiting till you work for 40 years, 30 years, or 50 years till you now amass that wealth. Then when you are old, who will spend it? Is it when you are driving? I don't know. Do you get it? Is it in old age you want to even spend the money? And the truth is, 1 million naira 5 years ago is not the same 1 million naira today. It's not. It's not. So, although real estate truly can build wealth, but for someone that you don't even have a stable means of sustenance, if you even buy the land today, in the next 2 years, you might not even wait in 2 years before you sell it, because you need money. That's not the true fact. You need money. So that's not a better understanding when it comes to building wealth. It's not. The best thing is plant money tree. Now that you're young, plant money tree. And then some people say, what is this guy saying? Yes. And I'll give you a simple example. Imagine you write a book now. It's on Amazon. You have the hard copy in other bookshop. Or you are the kind of person that you train people online. And now you've been able to, do some videos. Put it on Coursera. And the video is here. Even if you don't work for 2 years, your money is dropping every month. I don't know if you're getting me. That's money tree. Do you understand? Do you now get the concept now? That's money tree. Imagine I didn't decide to be intentional about my finance too. And I get to, let me say I get to 35 or 40 before I now discover that information. Because I've been working with buy land and then put it there. They are not wrong though, but for me now that's not the best. I don't know, do you get what I'm saying? That's not the best. They are not wrong. It's just that that's not the best. That's not the best. So all of this area of life is key, it's important. And you must know what you really want to study in those areas of life. Your intellect, now your finance, your resources is key. What do you need? And this is also where it comes like, they are in this part of the world where it's not even only in Nigeria, in other part of the world too. But sometimes you define people as wealthy by what they use. So if I enter this place, for instance, I dress casual, I just come with a simple car, not a G-Wagon, not a cyber truck, just a simple car. You look down on me and think that, and wealth is not money spent, it's money kept, like the money you have. So it's not how much you spent that shows you are wealthy, it's how much you have that shows you're wealthy. But there's this place in our mind that if you don't see it, you can't believe there is wealth there. So if you're working with this kind of mentality, that what shows you that you've really arrived, the way of you expressing the point that yes indeed I've arrived, is that you are really living big. You're really living big for others to see. Then you're wrong. This is also one of the parts that being intentional about your personal education would also teach you on time and early in life. On time and early in life. So it's not really about how much you're earning, it's about what are you doing with what you're earning. How are you managing it? How are you spending what is that you are earning? It's also in this aspect you understand what we call planning, you understand budgeting, you understand investing. Right, because you've chosen to develop that area of life too. So imagine a student that is being admitted. It's not even before then, but let me just put it that way. A student that is being admitted in 211, and from 111 he decides that every week I'll take a book in the library. Every week. So even before exam, normally I'll take a book as in the aspect of finance, I'll take a book in aspect of health, I'll take a book in aspect of personal good, I'll take a book in aspect of business every week. Then even during the exam, you might not say, okay, I'm not even reading, I just want to focus on my school book. But every week, a book in every area of my life, a book every area of my life. By the time that child is finishing, that person is graduating in 4 or 5 years, he will not come out of that school as the same person. He will not just come out with certificate like every other person in his department. He will come out, he will graduate with something bigger, something greater than that, because he has traveled in his mind. He has gone far in his mind. He has gone far in his mind. And this thing does not happen by default. Intentional planning. Intentional planning. So, from intellect to finance. And here now you're looking at it. You're investing. You want to be like, what does it really mean to invest? What does it really mean to save? What does it really mean to budget? What does it really mean to plan? What does financial discipline even mean? For you to know the things you have to deny now, and the things you have to really do now. You know, it takes intelligence to know what to buy with your money. I know it's your money, but it takes wisdom to know what to buy with that money. It's your money, but it takes wisdom to still know what to buy with it. Because if you're not careful, your money will sell you instead of you spending the money. It can become a liability to you. It can become the very reason why you don't even move to the best version of you. And that's why some of us will fancy buying some other kind of thing rather than buying book. You say book, what down it does? You fancy buying some other thing rather than buying a book with your money. And some people are even here, they've not gotten a book before, like with their money. They've not gotten it. What? And that's why, you know, there's something what really struck me to further buttress this point is the fact that one of the richest man, I won't call his name, in let me say in Nigeria for instance, in Nigeria, yeah, exactly, one of the richest man in Nigeria, he gave his daughter some other thing for the wedding, no, but the one he gave to her physically outside that everyone should see is a book. I don't know if that's really doing something to you. Like, it's a book to make sure that everyone can now see physically, apart from the one he has done indoor. It's a book. It's a book. So it's really a lot. So imagine you just living your life by default. You're not even thinking, okay, how will I be this aspect of my life? How will I be that aspect of my life? And the next one, apart from your finance, is emotion. Emotion. You have to really understand your emotion in terms of from self-awareness to your limit. Your limits. What can you really take? What can you not really take? When you really understand this, you understand your body. That even before you actually get sick, you already know if I'm feeling this kind of symptoms, it means I've overstressed myself. And much more, you understand what emotional intelligence too. That even without people saying words to you, you know what is happening. You know what is happening. Emotional what? Intelligence. And from there you can really see yourself as you're supposed to see yourself. That's in place of self-awareness now. Self-awareness. Understanding what it is that is you and what it is that you're actually you're doing, but it's not you. Probably it's been designed by your environment, by your parents, or even by your friends. You know that this one is not me. Why am I feeling like this? This is not the way I'm supposed to be feeling. Why? Because you really understand your identity, your self-awareness. And next aspect is what I call your health now. Your health. Your health. The reason why everyone can be here sitting down is because your first what? LD. Your first LD. Your first LD. So it's important. Don't say it's not only doctors that should know about your health though. You yourself, you should know about your health. It's your body. You should know about it. You should know about it. So it's important for you to just say, I will pick a book and read about this thing too. Because if you know about something, you will undo it well, you will maintain it well. You maintain it well. I think I also was it yesterday, I can't really remember now. I also spoke about how I stopped taking soda drink, right? Why? Because I received an information, I got something about my health that this thing is not good for my health. And because of that I stopped taking it. But imagine I didn't actually get that information, or I didn't acquire that knowledge. Will I stop it? I won't stop it. So you have to really know about your health. It's key, it's important. Know about your health. So don't just leave your health alone to doctors that okay, it's only doctors or it's only science students that should read things. No. Are they the only one that have body? No, now you also have the body too. So you understand your health, the maintenance, the things you're not supposed to do, the things you're supposed to do with it. It's key. You understand your health. Understand your health. So I started by talking about the intellect, emotion, social, right? Your relationship, and then your health. So let me just further buttress on relationship now. Your social. So you have to understand your networking. It takes intentionality to build relationships. Sometimes you have to be intentional. about it. You have to be intentional, and that's why when it comes to building a relationship, you have to be even you have to put other people too in your shoes sometimes. You have to put other people in your shoes sometimes. So that way you intentionally invest in some relationship, and the relationship, you don't even have to waste your time with. This one is not taking me anywhere. No need. In terms of connecting with people, networking with people, you have to really understand how relationship work, because if not, you connect with 50 or 100 person, but still you're not really connected. You're not really. Why? Because you don't really understand how relationship works. You don't really understand it. So you can think of picking a book, listening to podcasts in that area. Just think of something good you can actually do to develop yourself in that area, to enlighten yourself in that area. So you don't expect a formal school setting to actually give you all of these things. No. And these are some of the reasons why they won't do that. There's reason why they won't do that. And that's what now leads me to what I call the framework of an holistic person. And the first one is awareness. Because you have to really know your current state first before you know what you're supposed to now study, what you're not supposed to study, what you're supposed to learn, what you're supposed to unlearn, and what you're supposed to even relearn. Understand your current state. That's the place of awareness. Understanding your current state, understanding your weakness, your strength, and your blindness. Don't just understand weakness. Understand your blindness. The things you don't even know at all. Understand them. Just write down some little things. Oh, I'm struggling with this. This one I know for myself. I don't understand anything in this area of life. I know I don't know anything yet. And intentionally think of how to educate yourself in those. Nobody will come and sit you down and teach you some certain things. Like nobody will come and sit you down and teach you some things. Some of us, you want to be successful, but success is first in the act before it becomes an act. It's first in the acts before it becomes an act. So you have to be intentional. If not, you'll be successful in a particular aspect of your life, and you'll be successful in another area. Some people, they're successful in terms of their career. When they get to the office, everywhere is bubbling. They're collecting awards in office. But when it comes to family, it's nothing to write home about. I know some of us here, you want to become a good parent, a good mother, a good father. But how many books have you read in that area of life? How many books? You are dreaming of having a working home, like a good marriage. But how many books have you read on relationship? None. Some of us here. How many books? None. So sometimes, everybody has which, like you have WISH, you have which, everyone that here has witches, you have witches. Everyone has witches. But as someone will always say, life is not a fun fair, it's a welfare. It's not a fun fair. It's a welfare. It's a welfare. You have to be intentional. Which area of life am I really? Am I really blind? I don't really know anything. Which area of life is my weakness, and which one is my strength? Because for some of us, is that place of strength you are still building on, because you like books around that area. You just focus on that alone, and you keep building more momentum. Yes, just keep building more momentum in that area. It's not bad though, but when the storm of life it is you, you will know that, wow, I've not really done well with myself. So you have to be intentional. First of all, what's your state? That's just my key point in when it comes to that awareness. You want to really understand your current state first. Then after awareness, after now you know your current state. After awareness, the next thing you want to now do is, now yes, I've known about myself, I've known the things I know, I've known my strengths, I've known my weakness, and I've known my blindness. The next thing you want to now do is what? Structure. Because until every which you are becomes a plan, you will not really do them. until every of your wish becomes a plan the way to them. I think it was also yesterday I said something like, your dream will remain a dream until you wake up from that state of unconscious action to conscious action. And that's why it's called a dream, because you are sleeping. So until you wake up from unconscious action, that unconscious state, to conscious action, it will remain a dream, and you still be sleeping. You still be sleeping. Still remain a dream. So you have to wake up. You have to wake up intentionally. Wake up from that place and start living it out. Beyond imagination, start manifesting it. Start manifesting it. So you want to set structures, because that's why I also said it earlier that as you gain in admission, you're seeing it there. So yes. So it's not depending on you. If you like the school too much, you don't want to wait behind. But ideally, you're supposed to use this years. It's stated clearly stated. You're supposed to use this year. You want to set structure. It's not that you say, okay, when I like. No, you want to be intentional. These are the kinds of book I want to read. I know some people here, they read novels, they read normal novels, but when it comes to book that would build you up in other areas of life, you can't even read one chapter. But if it's novel, like even overnight, I think I have someone like that too. Like I have a senior, like say like that, like cousin. She can read novel, but when it comes to book that will profit, that you even gain something better than, you have to know the difference between empty entertainment and edutainment. Some entertainment is not bad though, they are just empty. It's not bad, they are just empty. But there are some that is what is edutainment. I talk about me reading a book now, Fast Lane, and you know what? It was not because I planned to read that book this year. I didn't even know any book like that existed. I didn't know. But it was just because of just a 2-minute video I was watching on Facebook. Just not even up to 2 minutes. And when I saw the book immediately, I went to browse it and I started reading it. From my entertainment, right? That's what my own entertainment is. Because if you actually check all my social platforms, I don't follow people that really do jokes. I don't follow it. It's not because I don't want to laugh, but it's just because I realize that it's entertainment. For me, I realize it's entertainment. So even if it's 2-3 minutes I'm spending on Facebook, it's a whole lot for me. Or Instagram, it's a whole lot for me. It's a whole lot for me. So you have to really understand all of these things. Understand them. After you've gotten awareness, you're building structure. Then after structure, the next thing is system. So beyond motivation, because motivation, one thing about you have to know about motivation, it's not consistent. It's a feeling. It's not consistent. So you cannot really build your life on feeling. You have to build structure. System. Let it be clear that this thing must be done. You must do this thing. And when we say system is that habit or routine that consistently produce results. So in as much as you're doing that habit, you're doing that routine, it consistently produce results. That's why it's a system. It consistently produce results. So you have to do it consistently, you have to do it continuously to get the results. But then you have system. That okay, by so time I'm going to read a book, by so time I'll be on bed, by so time I'll be doing this, by so time I'll be doing that. You have to have system, a realistic one. System. So beyond motivation, have system. I started by saying awareness, structure, system, right? System. Then the fourth one now is application. Now you've actually acquired some information through that process. It's application, because until you apply what you know will not really profit you. It won't profit you. So you want to apply it. You want to really do this thing you've learned. You want to really do them. So you have to merge what you read with how you live, what you learn with how you live. the information you get with how you live. You want to merge everything together, because there won't be different between you if you don't, you and the person that doesn't even know, if you don't have it, if you don't apply it. The only difference is that you'll be called a fool, the other person will be called ignorant, because a fool is somebody that don't apply what he or she knows, while an ignorant person is someone that don't even know it at all. And sometimes it's even better to be ignorant than to be a fool, because for ignorant people sometimes grace will speak for them, mercy will speak for them. They ask them, okay, you've not heard of it before, okay, you are free, but you are aware of it, and then no, you are not free. It means you have to pay for it. You have to pay for it. It's intentional. You choose between these different category of people, the one you want to fall under. Apply it. Application. So to be that the framework for holistic human awareness, structure, system, application. Then after that is reflection. And you know why reflection and feedback is actually important? Beyond the fact that the method or whatever routine you are using or whatever habit you're doing is actually producing results, you're going to now know that if this thing is producing results, is there a way I can actually use another kind of system or another kind of habits that would produce more results in lesser time? That's the key here. Because sometimes if you don't reflect, you won't know that, oh, this thing I'm actually doing is actually a long method. Probably is another method I can actually implement that can yield more results even in lesser or in less time. So until you reflect, you will know. And until you reflect, you will not even know what you are doing that is not working. You will not know what you are doing that is supposed to replace. You will not know what you are doing that it's no more effective. You will not know what you are doing that you are not supposed to do. And you don't know what you are doing that is even working against you until you reflect. Reflect. Sometimes feedback is good. Don't let it define you. Don't build your life by that. But sometimes it's good, because some can be negative. Some people can even be just clapping for you out of the fact that you're also behaving like us. And just be clapping for yes, behaving like us. So sometimes when you get feedback, look at the kind of people the feedback is also coming from. You have to also evaluate them. If it's kings that are clapping for you, then it means you are doing well. But if it's mediocre like you that are clapping for you and telling you that, oh, you are doing well, you are doing great, then it means something is wrong. It means something is wrong. Something is wrong. So you want to reflect on those things. You want to actually check them. You want to actually evaluate them yourself. You want to critique them yourself. Then, which leads me to the next, to the next phase now, which is continuous action. Because now the method has worked. It has to be a cycle now. Just make that your lifestyle. It has to be a cycle. Continuous action. You want to continue. You want to go back again and start again. Which other aspect of my life should I go into awareness of? Which aspect of my life should I build structure for? Should I build system for? Then apply it. Check the feedback again. Pick up action again. Continuous action. Continuous action. Continuous action. That's why desire alone is not enough. And that's why the best desire can do sometimes to lead you to go for knowledge, go for clarity in that area. But it's only intentional action that will actually lead towards victory in every area of life. Intentional action. Don't just say I will take action. Be intentional about it. Be intentional about it. So my key point here is just a way of me telling you that formal education can only build competency in career, like competence in a particular area of life. It can't build an holistic human. It can't build an holistic you. It can't create that life you've always imagined in your heart. It can't. That's why when you finish from, let me say, you study psychology, you are not really, or you study microbiology and you are not seeing a firm or a company to actually employ you. You are not seeing any other thing you can do with the certificate. You're not seeing any other thing. Right? Because and now you start saying school na scam, because somehow in your mind you've designed that school should solve every problem about your life. No, it's not a scam. It's only designed to focus on a particular area of your life, a particular aspect of your life, and that's career. Because starting from my initial story talking about the industrial age, That's what they needed. They discovered that, oh, this is not the job opportunity available. So let's build a system to develop people into this jobs opportunity. So if all you do, like some people, I remember when I signed out, someone was telling me that he will never read. I can't really remember the way the guy put the statement again. He said even if message pass, he will not read. Sorry, I don't know why I'm smiling. That even if notification pass, he wouldn't read. I was like, And some people are like that, literally. Some people are like that. I could still even remember that even for me, for months, there was no pen in my holster and I was not moving. I was only typing on my phone and typing on my system. There was no pen. And I realized that you don't have pen in this room. For months, no pen in my room. But at least me, I know I was still learning. I was still reading anyway. But a friend was telling me that even notification will pass, he would not read. So I think that's bad, sure. That's bad from mindset and some others. That's bad. But I'm actually saying this to say that education is only an aspect, right? And for you to grow in every other area of your life, you have to be intentional and take deliberate action. So I haven't understood that the kind of Nigeria we also want is dependent on this. The kind of Nigeria we want is dependent on this. The kind of Nigeria, the kind of family you want, the kind of life you've always is dependent on this. Because if you know better, you will live better. If you know better, you will live better. So the reason some people are acting the way they are acting, they are making the kind of decision they are making, they are thinking the way they think, is because of what they know. So to live better, you have to know better. So what's that area of your life that currently you've not really been trying, you've not really been intentional about? And I want you to make proper decision, intentional decision to take those areas of life seriously. Take them seriously. And this does not, you don't have to box yourself and say, oh, today I'll start reading 5 page, 4 page. No, you don't have to box yourself. Just a page is enough. A page is okay. A chapter is okay. You don't have to box yourself. But you have to be intentional and take intentional action. Because until you plan to do something, you will not do them. Not until you've planned, oh, I really want to do this. You won't really do some things. You won't do them. You won't do them. So you have to take intentional action. So I haven't understood that, oh, this is the things I want to do. This is the kind of person I want to master. I want to become. It's just like you now saying, okay, this is the curriculum, this is the content. But then you have to build a working function. And what do I call a working function? Sometimes when you have goal, it can look like, okay, let me just say I want to be, for instance, there was a time in my life I always said I want to be a software engineer. That's a big goal, right? But that thing will remain a dream until I take intentional action. And because of that, the next thing I did was I just had to, okay, this part of engineer, like what part of this software engineering that I want to focus on? Okay, for start, let me just say fundamentals. Like I want to be at least the fundamentals, so I can get either an internship or an entry role. Fundamentals. Now I actually identified the area of that field, right? The area of that skill I actually want to focus on. And after doing that, what are the things I must learn? They are the fundamental things. How many months did I want to learn it, or how many years did I want to learn it? I haven't identified these things now. You break them down from year to month. Okay, this is what I must master in 1 year. From that 1 year, break it down to 1 month. This is what I must master in 1 month. From that 1 month, break it down to 1 week. This is what I must master in 1 week. From that 1 week, break it to 1 day. This is what I must master every day, like in a particular day. From that 1 day, break it down again to the specific time. This is what I want to do in 2 hours. This is what I want to do in 3 hours. That's why the life you want is built daily. Build the system that build that life. It's built daily. You always imagine, how did a medical student become how did a medical student actually becomes a doctor? He was admitted 7 years ago, and they wrote in his admission letter, in 7 years, giving into learning and to the system, passing your exam, doing all the required thing, you're going to get the certificate. It was not done in months, so it was done daily, like him going for lectures, writing exam, writing his tests, doing his practicals, going to the hospital when he has to go to the hospital, daily, just daily. So it means if I can stay consistent without my 2 hours, I said, okay, I'm going to start studying this thing or reading this thing 2 hours every day. If I can be consistent, it means in that 2 years, 3 years, or whatever it is I've defined, I would also achieve my goal. I would achieve it. So if you actually want to have that holistic life, you don't want to just be that since school did not give me, or because school is not giving me, I'm not giving myself. If you want to become intentional about personal education, then this is a formula you can actually use. This is a formula. So that way you are not trying to box yourself. You're not trying to say, I'll just read 10 books, so I'll just read everything today. You just know, okay, if I can just take 2 chapters alone, I know in 2 years I know where I will be. In 2 months I know where I will be. In 3 months I know where I will be. In 5 months I know where I will be. And I think that alone is enough. It's enough. So you are gradually becoming that version of you want to be. You are gradually becoming that person you want to be. You are gradually becoming building that life you want to have yourself. So you're not waiting for time and chance. You're not waiting for government, because there are some things that we just say government. There are some things you just say teacher. There are some things you just say your parents, but you're not really supposed to be passing blame. You're not supposed to be passing blame. Your life is in your hand. What are you doing with it? So it's left for you to either hand it over to someone, or you do it yourself. And that's why even for some individual, you're not in the driver's seat of your life. Anything can just come and control you. You're there. No. But when you have intentional structure, intentional plan like this, you will live your life intentionally. You live your life by design and not by default. Not the default system that is set by your environment, your culture, that is set by some other people. But you're actually going to design the one you really want for yourself. You're going to design the structure, you design the system, you design even your action at every point in time. And that way, you will live to become an holistic person. You will live to become an holistic human. Someone that there is no area of his or her life that is lagging behind. No area. But every aspect is what is summing up. Every aspect is productive, every aspect is fruitful, every aspect is resourceful. But this takes was intentional action. Being intentional, setting structure, putting system in place that would actually ease your step, that would actually ease you, performing that action every day. Performing that act every day. And when you do this 2 years, 1 year, you start seeing yourself really reflecting that kind of life you want to live. So again, I say, the kind of Nigeria you've always imagined, the kind of African you've always imagined would not be built by the inanimate. It will be built by you and I. It's the Nigerians that will build the Nigeria. And until we the Nigerians rise, the nation would not actually rise. So when you become that better version of yourself, when I become the better version of myself, then we are gradually forming a better nation. We are gradually forming a better country. We are gradually forming a better future for ourselves. We're gradually forming a better future for ourselves. So it takes you becoming better. It takes me becoming better before we can have a better Nigeria. Before we can have a better Africa, before we can have a better nation, and before we can have a better system. So just a bit of recap as I conclude. I spoke about the frames require to be an holistic person, where I started by, awareness, structure, system, action, evaluation, and continuous action. And I'll leave you with this word: formal education can only build competence in an area of life, but is self-directed education that will build an holistic life. So school is not a scam. It's only giving you what you've invested in it. It's only reflecting what you've put in it. And right about now, I'd like to pass the mic to the next speaker.
Okay. It is often said that the family is the basic unit of society. Family. However, this construct may occur in society. Okay? Big, small, mother, father, children, some single parents, some parents, no kids, spouses, no kids, some just kids. However this construct appears or manifests itself in society, it's often said that this unit, this small gathering, is the building block of society. Now you see, with family comes members. We've got the father, the mother, brother, sister, auntie, nuclear extended. It's a beautiful thing to look at. But today my focus is on parents. Parenting. What does it mean to parent, to be a parent, to do this thing called parenting? Now you see, I believe personally that parenting is the gears. They make up the gears that run the engine called society. It's not anything else. It's not some magic. It's not some miracle. The miscreant, the truant, the champion, the public speaker, the president, the whoever you're seeing in society today, the teacher, students, gate man, cleaner, principal, they all came from a family. So my topic today is parenting, intentional parenting, the bedrock of a solid society. Yes, that's what it is. You see, parenting is not just teaching children, it's not just instructing these children, it's not just being present in their lives. The last time I was here, I said my father has made a habit of instilling culture in every one of his children, and I do not speak of this in regard to where I'm from. When I say culture, I mean different virtues. Right. So what the discussion at this point here is, what is culture? In primary school we're taught, it's becoming nursery rhyme at this point, culture is a way of life of a group of people. That's it, culture. And while that is not a very thorough definition, I must applaud whoever came up with that rhyme. It is very effective in explaining what culture is in its essence: a way of life of people. You see, my definition of parenting is the intentional transfer of culture to children. Culture is consistent. Culture is a representation of a mindset. Culture is not just how people identify. Culture is generations speaking in somebody's action. And with culture, I said this before, I'm saying it again, there is consistency. You don't come today and see Mr. A truthful person, somebody of integrity, and you come tomorrow and once the right amount is flashed in his face, he's a different person. Culture is consistent. Now very quickly, I'm going to be letting you all know how parenting can manifest with passing on culture from one person to another, and how this has played out in my life. The first culture that I'm reminiscent with, that has been transferred to me from my parents, particularly my mother, is the culture of seeking out knowledge. In junior secondary school, year 8, GS2, what you guys call GS2, year 8, my mother gave me a notebook, a new pen, and she gave me 2 books. The first was Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki, and the second was The Richest Man in Babylon. Can't remember the author. Junior secondary school, year 8, GS2. I didn't know anything. Half the time I was reading these books, I couldn't understand the words. But she said to me, Joshua, take these books, take this exercise book, take this biro, and make a summary. What does your young mind perceive these words to be? And I tried my hardest, and she rewarded me for it. And she has intentionally done this over and over and over again with myself and my siblings. Not just with self-help books, but with novels, with religious books. I come from a Christian household. Both my parents are preachers. But my parents are not the traditional type of preachers where they stick to the books that the church gave them, the Bible, and some written by some general overseers, as we have it commonly done in Nigeria. They explore, and in their exploration they expect us and encourage us to explore. So I've seen a culture, not just with my parents intentionally saying do this, do that, do this, do that. I've seen them for themselves seek out knowledge. If my father says to you, this thing is gold color, he's going to tell you from different references why it's gold. And as he speaks, he brings out his references, maybe from a phone, maybe from a book. He teaches you that knowledge is not absolute. Every sector has an influence. And he, with his wife, have intentionally passed on the culture of seeking out knowledge. In so doing, they encourage us to ask questions. I come into a system, I don't understand how it works. I don't like what I perceive. I ask questions, irrespective of how strict, how intimidating this system appears to be. Because at home, it's customary to ask questions. I remember coming on this stage and telling you my father and myself and all of his children, all my siblings with my mom were like this, were bosom buddies. My father does something I perceive as odd. I ask him, Daddy, what's going on? Why did you do this? It doesn't seem right. What's going on? Get him about what's happening. And then he starts to explain, oh, okay, this is what he explains to me. And then if it's something I have no knowledge about, he tells me, go research or go look it up and come back and tell me what you saw. Let's talk about it. The habit or the culture of seeking out knowledge. The second of the cultures that have been passed down to me is maintaining good relationships. So this one has stretched all through my lifespan so far on earth. It is often said that Mr. Cyril Okurafo never has an issue with anybody. And you know, people have trivialized this statement. They say they trivialize this quality of never having an issue with someone. What you hear is, if you never have issues with somebody, it means you're a yes man and you're a mediocre person. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. The church he pastored before pastoring his own church was a church thoroughly divided by tribalism. He came, united the house, reminded them the focus. Every party sang one song with one voice. Never happened before. He wasn't hating on anybody. He didn't support people from his tribe alone. He has some of the best and long-lasting relationships I have ever seen in my whole life. Mr. Cyril. And he teaches us the principles of what it takes to maintain good relationship with people. You embrace, when you meet people, you don't embrace them. If you give a handshake, you can't allow it past your elbow. When you talk to people, never give promises you can't keep up. When you're too emotional, walk away and calm down. All these things complicate relationships with people. Never start what you cannot finish. And if there should be a reason you cannot finish what you anticipated that you could finish, communicate. Now you see, the conversation of communication is a complex one. People often assume that you speak and then you're listened to, and that is the end. But you see, there's a difference between hearing and listening, in my opinion at least, and from my experience so far. You're all hearing me right now, but not everybody is soaking in everything I'm saying. Not everybody's listening. There's a difference. Your ears are functional, you can hear clearly, but to listen is mind, body, and soul present. That is communication. You pass a message across and it lands, and a feedback is given. A feedback that shows that what you have said is understood. Managing relationships is one of the most complex exercises I have ever had to navigate. Moving from school to the workplace, the workforce, having to join the labor market, I've had to see that different people come from different homes and behave differently. Some of them come with all of their trauma baggage and dump it on you at work, and you have to learn to navigate this intricate relationships you establish with these people, so you have a long-term, successful run with your job. But this doesn't exist only with your job. You've got neighbors. Some of them are very noisy. Some of them are they're a pestilence. Some are lovely, but you never have a single quarrel with anybody. Managing good relationships. The third of the cultures my father and my mom have passed to me is the culture of truth. Now, when I spoke earlier, I said never promise something you cannot keep up with. My father always says to us that his grandfather told him that lying is an act of cowardice. I do not fear you, so I will not tell you a lie. There's no point. You're not going to beat me. You're not going to kill me. You're not going to do anything to me. If I did something, I do it with my full chest, and I'll tell you that, okay, this is what I did. You ask me and I explain my reasoning to you. This is why I did it. If it's not something we can mutually agree about, it is alright to have the discussion. It's alright to have differences as adults, as human beings in general. Heck, even animals, my dogs fight all the time. It is normal, as long as you're alive. But one thing I will not do is look you in the face and lie. I've got nothing to prove anyway, so why? He says it's an act of cowardice. And this has stood true, a testament to my name, everywhere I have been. Secondary school, uni, where I work currently. Truth. There's no point lying. He will tell you an Igbo man never lies. Well, except with business. There's no point. The next culture he passed to me is the culture of ambition. Daring to dream. The first time I took to the stage, I told you my father sold me the Nigerian dream. He sold it to every one of his kids relentlessly. Every Saturday. Year after year after year. He intentionally built the idea that no matter what the circumstances, success is a possibility. And not just success. Success like is written in the novels, which is why he largely encouraged the reading of novels to expand the creativity of each and every one of our minds, us, his children. Now, the limits, from what I've learned, the limits of your creativity are the limits of your success. So when I say I dream wild and big, I dream incredibly bizarre, with no limits. He has taught us that consistency yields results. So if you dare to dream big and stay hard enough, you will. The Americans landed on the moon when we never knew that there was something beyond the firmament. Yes? We discovered X-ray. We discovered penicillin. We've dared to push past the limits of what humanity knew was possible. So why am I different? Why can't I? Why can't it be possible for Joshua? So he dared to dream. And this is resonant with myself and my siblings. Very ambitious human beings. The next of the cultures he passed on to me is the culture of character. Me in particular, you see, growing up I was a very stubborn child. Very talented but very unyielding. Very wild. Very strongly opinionated. Very resilient. Very stubborn. With a lot of emotions to vent to the world. But he'd often call me and say to me, talent without, no, how does he say it? Anointing, exactly, or talent without character is rubbish. I can't even tell you how many times I've heard that proverb or that preaching, because I mean he preaches all the time, he's a preacher. He will often tell me talent, anointing without character is useless. Joshua, learn. You can't be talking to people like this. You can't be venting your emotions like this. You can't be behaving like this. Anointing without character is useless. And you know what that did to me mentally as a child with a strong imagination? Every time he'd say this thing, I'd picture an octopus with so many tentacles and trying to navigate its way through a body of water that is relatively small, causing a lot of damage, stirring up dirt for the other fishes. So it's reminded me that coordination is key. Be coordinated with your speech. Be coordinated with your thought processes. Be coordinated with your spending, with your actions. Don't burn bridges in anger. I battled with that one for a long time. Character. And today it's become a cloth I shield myself with. Behave as best as you can in every situation. There's times where you will be tested. I said it before, Nigeria will test you. There's everybody walking around with some level of madness in them. So you would encounter people and they would stress you. But in that moment where you're stressed and stretched, remember that you have consistently built character. So you can't break. The next of the cultures passed down to me, which is one I still wrestle with till today, my father and I, healthy eating. My father would always tell you that his father and grandfather told him that you would never see a man die from hunger, but you see a man die from food poisoning, which has proven to be true today. I've never in all my life seen a person die from hunger, but I certainly have seen a number of people die from food poisoning. So watch what you eat. How you play out in old age is largely dependent on what you eat. You see, the body doesn't show it to us like the phones would. It doesn't display. It accumulates over time. Excess intake of sugar accumulates to be diabetes. Excess intake of salt accumulates to be hypertension. Excess intake of oil accumulates to be high cholesterol. You don't see these things, but it happens. Watch what you eat. The next culture he's passed down to his children, my mom too, is learning from mistakes. I've hardly ever met a person who owns up to their fuck up like me. I'm super ready to say, oh, I actually messed up. In fact, I prided myself in accepting that I'm imperfect to the point where people dubbed me, you can't shame the shameless, in uni. Before you even went through the sentence, I've told you, yes, I actually fucked up. Talk to me, what do you think? How do you think I can improve this? I'm so unashamed of my flaws because I'm very aware that your eyes are the mirrors through which I see myself. And that's the only way I'm going to actually ever change anything. One of my friends always says, you can't see the back of your head. You have to use a mirror. Or someone has to tell you, bro, this is what it looks like. Oblong, obtuse, short, flat, round. Somebody has to tell you this is what it looks like. And I've accepted that people are often going to be there to tell you, you messed up. And taking correction is some of the hardest things to do ever. having the heart to take somebody's harsh words, not ill intended, but delivery very, very brash. He's taught us to do that. The next of the cultures is the culture of giving. Now this one is specifically, it's been taught to us by my mom. That woman will give down to the last hair on her head. But there's something that always happens every time I see her give. Doors open. And I'm not talking about some spiritual mumbo jumbo. I'm talking about people remember. She walks into this organization and she says, this cleaner or this person at the door doesn't have a lot of money. Let's give him something. This secretary that is assisting the director doesn't appear to be well-to-do. Let's give her something. A few words of care and support with a few change in her hand or their hand. That's it. The next time she walks into that room, it's a different people you meet entirely. They're ready to do anything for you. I applied the same principle to my current PPA and you will not believe how quickly I got in. How much did I give? 2,000. Wasn't much. We don't really do anything for a proper meal. But she gives. And she doesn't give. She doesn't weaponize giving. She doesn't give just to be able to give. She gives just because she wants to give. Because it makes sense to give back. Sometimes my father would quarrel her endlessly. You give senselessly, young woman. Use your head. Stop giving everything. You give to the point where you don't have and you're complaining to me. What do you want me to do for you? You gave what you had. What you want from me?
Your life.
Your life. Maybe. Women. Sheesh. We'll have a day to discuss a lot. Anyway. I don't like your stare. She'd give. Madam Clara, which is what I like to call her. She gives. She gives endlessly. And doors are always opening because people forget, or people don't forget. I promise you. The next of the cultures is spirituality. Now I've said it before, my parents are preachers. And they're not the traditional kind of preachers where, you know how it's done in Christian homes. You've all grown under the bondage of Christianity that's supposed to be liberation. You've all experienced one shade of victimization from the church. You know exactly what I'm talking about. My parents are on the flip side of the story. They don't fear or cower in the face of questioning. There's questions you ask a preacher and you say, it's better you don't just ask the question. They say it's better you just believe blindly, faith. They have all sorts of excuses to give you. They have all sorts of rules in their households. My daughter will not wear trousers. You can't wear jewelry. You can't put on makeup. You can't do this, you can't do that. Forgetting that character and spirituality go hand in hand. I'm going to tell you all a small story. You see, my grandfather was the wielder of the offer. Anybody who is able here understands what I'm talking about. The oldest person in the village holds the offer. He was not Christian, but he was such a good man that people often said his daily living aligned exactly with what the Bible describes as a typical Christian. Don't lie. Don't steal. Avoid fornication. Avoid covetousness. Avoid ill thoughts toward your neighbor. Love them. Cherish what is theirs as is yours. Protect it. Guard it. Not a Christian, but a man of character and principle. So my parents understand that this character of a thing transcends how you treat human beings. It reflects on how heaven sees you, perceives you. And that has broadened their minds and allowed them to teach us differently than is done in Christian homes. I'm sorry for anybody who grew up in those kinds of homes. You see, something happened in my home. 2020. Yeah. Something happened. You see, 2020, the coronavirus struck and everybody had to sit at home. For my family, it wasn't sitting at home. It was sitting with yourself. All of the exercises you'd always complain about, mommy, you're always doing this thing. Daddy, Joshua, you're too stubborn. Victor, you're this. My kid sister, you're this. But we'd have to go to school, go to work, and escape having to sit with ourselves in those characters that were being complained about. We escape having to work on them. Give ourselves a million excuses why we can't deal with them. 2020 had us sit with ourselves, not with our family, with our demons as individuals. And you know what that did for my family? That put us through a refining fire. Every day you're seeing your mother's face and saying, this woman, you have this persistent trait that I dislike. It's either you work on it or somebody has to leave this house and catch the virus outside. And then she says, I'm not dying for nobody. And besides, this is something I can work on. Okay, let's see about that. She started to read more. I mean, she was already a reader. She takes on new degrees for fun. Go to university just for the fun of it. But then she had to do some intentional reading, some intentional self-reworking, rewiring. Same goes for my father and my brother and my sister and me. 2020, she read more books than she ever has in her whole life. She read and discovered and explored some more. Not many of us took the advantage to sit with ourselves and work on ourselves. Well, you see, already in the family, there was a culture of knowledge seeking. And when we reached the point where we couldn't avoid it or dodge it anymore, it was all we expressed ourselves with. You see, my family isn't perfect. I can argue that I have one of the best constructs existing in society today because nobody does it like my parents. My father used to tell us when we were kids, if you killed somebody, come tell me. That created an incredible amount of trust in the man and my mom. The first day I tried alcohol, I called him on the phone and I said, Dad, this thing is shit. Why do people hype you so much? I was like, which brand did you take? I'm like, this is what I took. I was like, okay, now you know. So I'm sure that you're not going back to it. Not just because I said so, but because you don't like it. And we're like, yeah, okay. The first time I had to leave school, my best friend at the time, a girl, she had the idea of lodging, going, delaying my flight and all of that so we could have fun in Port Harcourt, just explore. And I called my father and I said, Daddy, she's a girl, first of all. So, and we're staying in the same room because we're trying to save cost, And he's like, okay, do I know this girl? And I tell him, is that my best friend? He's like, okay, chill. He allowed me explore what it was to stay in the same room with a woman and sit with my own morality in that moment. He didn't say don't do it. He didn't say do it. He didn't say stop, hey there, don't do that. He wasn't policing anybody and he wasn't being carefree. He said in that moment, without words, I have raised you right. You have a culture of virtues and there's no point trying to babble over things I've said before. If you're going to stay together. And it happened. Nothing. No, believe it or not, and she's a very hot woman. If you're watching the cinema, spectacular body. Nothing really happened even. Honestly. And it was very shocking that I could stay on the same bed with someone who wasn't my sister and keep myself. Was I aroused? Yes. She's hot. But did I do anything? No. Because I'm a cultured man. I will not deny that, yes, carnality did play around in my head a few times. But you see, adulting is being able to say, nah, this is wrong. Besides, culture. My family isn't perfect. They managed to instill a lot of virtues of culture within us. Stuff that you would see me today, see me next month, and it's the same reaction, it's the same response. But they haven't done it all. Because no family is perfect. Even though I arguably have some of the best things around. That's your business if you don't believe. The first of the cultures I wish my father and my mom were intentional about inculcating in my siblings and I is the culture of sowing and reaping. Investment, what we call it these days. You see, my mom taught us to save. She never taught us what to do with the money. So in that, saving was even failed. Because there's always the temptation to go back to the colo, you put your money, and say, oh, this one, I need urgent ticket, let me just put it there, dip from it, and dip, and you keep dipping into that pot until it's empty. Not until I left school did I realize that, okay, you could actually put your money in mutual funds, treasury bill, EDT, there's a plethora of things that you could do with your money. Things my mother was already doing, but she didn't deem fit to teach us, which is why I'm confused here today. Second of the things I wish my mom and dad imbibed in us as culture is the culture of taking risks. My father has always been the play it safe kind of guy, which is why he made sure that the children he had or gave birth to were very patriotic. You know what patriotism does? It's a double-edged sword. On one hand, it spurs you on to glory in one line, but it binds you to that line. So my father said, go to school, get knowledge. And school we went. Pretty nicely too, I might add. Yeah, of course. But we did not know anything outside of school and making money with school. So what do you call it? White collar jobs were our only vision. The mental struggle alone it took for my brother and I to break out of the ideology that if it's not a white collar job, it's nothing at all. I can't even begin to quantify with words. They're so scared of taking risks. Every risk they take is sort of calculated within a system, and anything that falls outside of that system is abolished. And they don't want to hear it. Say, no, you're doing too much, young man. I wish it was different. But now we've come to a time, 2025 even, last year, they've seen that that structure is failed. And now they're the ones encouraging us, pretty late I might add, to explore out of the bounds that we've been limited to before. I wish it was different. Finally, I wish my parents inculcated in my siblings and I the culture of being Igbo. I speak Igbo fluently. I can read, I can write. All of these things I learned on my own. I made sure, as an individual, I was culture conscious as regarding where I'm from. They didn't deem it fit to speak to us in the language. My father, matter of fact, was very particular about whitewashing all of us. Somebody asked me today, how do you have an accent? I was struggling to say, I schooled with white kids for almost all my life. I've never been abroad. But my father has been intentional about whitewashing all of his kids. All of us. With zero intention on teaching us where we're from. I've never been, twice, only been to my village. These are things I wish were part of the learning curriculum for my siblings and I. More culture conscious. They would only speak Igbo to themselves. And the first time I spoke Igbo to my dad, he was like, where did you? I said, no, don't give me that bullshit. You had your chance to teach me. You didn't. I learned it from my grandma before she died. And she didn't even teach me. I picked it up because I like to gossip. So I picked it up when she would gossip to me about all the things that my auntie would do to her. I'm like, okay, cool. I wish they were more intentional about reminding us where we're from, where our predecessors have walked, the struggles associated with being Igbo in this country. Every action that parents take concerning their children, it causes a ripple effect. It echoes through time. Every culture being imbibed in every child echoes through society and becomes a public face of what that society represents. Parents have a crucial job to play. I said it before, they are the gears, ever oiled, ever serviced, that keep society functional, because they produce in masses these people that we're pointing fingers at, calling miscreants and whatnot. Parents, somebody out there birthed them and trained them. Now, it's not easy. Nigeria is hard as it is. It's so difficult to keep up with these kids because the country is hard on these parents, so they don't have any time. But to every parent out there listening to me, whatever time you have, strategize. Be more intentional. Because standing here a youth, I tell you that there are 1,000,001 ways your absence exposes your children to rubbish. And tomorrow that absence is going to play out while that child is at work, oppressing another, putting his foot down on somebody else's joy, being a nuisance. Your absence. Parenting should be intentional. And intentionality in parenting is passing on culture. Culture is consistent. Culture doesn't bend in the face of bribery. Culture is not hot and cold. If you're hot, you're hot. If you're cold, you're cold. There's no sitting in the fence. There's no sweet in the middle. Culture is consistent. And intentional parenting is a practice of passing on culture to your children. Let us remember that the family is the basic unit of society. And parents have some of the most important roles to play in being a family. At this junction, I'm passing on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that. So, I would continue our parenting too, but from another angle. So imagine a child standing in front of you. The child is quiet. The child is not crying. The child is not shouting. Do you know what people would say? Everyone would probably say, this is a good child. But inside the child is probably fear, is anxiety that they cannot put to words. My name is Abiola Adegboyegu, and I'll be speaking about who listens to a child, the emotional need we keep missing. So I want to ask, who is listening to the child? We live in a world where children are corrected quickly, but misunderstood slowly. When a child comes around and we don't understand what they are doing, we are very quick to say, stop that, keep quiet, why are you behaving like that? We rarely ask what is going on their inside. So children are not difficult. Most times they are just not being heard. I'll give a story. Imagine a 7-year-old getting back from school, getting home from school. He throws his bag just carelessly. Then he refuses to talk. And next thing, the child starts shouting. As a parent, the first thing that will come to your mind is, you this child, what is wrong with you? Go to your room. You would not ask what is going on their inside. Perhaps the child that just did that was laughed at in class. So the child feels embarrassed. He felt small. But he did not have the words to describe what he felt. So when children don't have the word to describe what they feel, they react. So you see it through their behavior. Let me give you an example, an analogy. If you have a phone and then suddenly the screen of the phone, it starts getting blurry and everything. You know, on the outside, everything looks perfect, but you would know immediately that something is wrong inside the phone to make the phone to start glitching like that. The same way with a child. When a child acts in certain ways, nothing is wrong with them on the outside, but they are dealing with things on the inside. So the real problem is we are not raising badly behaved children. We are raising emotionally unheard children. Like the loud one is unheard. I'll give an example of a loud child. A parent might be on the phone talking to someone, and that's when the child will now come, mommy, see this, see my drawing, see my painting, and the child can clearly see that you are busy on the phone call, but they are insistent on getting across to you. That's a loud child. Most times what most parents will do or guardian will do is shut up and leave this place. But what is actually going on the inside of the child is the child wants to be heard. So you can actually even tell the child that, oh, see, I'm on a phone call, and the minute I finish this phone call, then we can talk about, or I can see what you want to show me. By that, you have heard that child. The other child can be the quiet one. You know, most times when a child is quiet, you just assume that everything is peaceful. Most times, quietness is not a signal for peace. It might be pointing towards something else. An example of a quiet child might be a child coming back from school, and then you ask the child, how are you today? The child says fine, but would not give you eye contact, and the child wants to quickly move away. You know, most times the parents might just be like, oh, okay, why is it that I'm asking you this question and you're not answering me, you're just saying fine? What you don't know is probably he was bullied in school and he just needed somebody to listen to him. So what a parent or a guardian should do at that point will be, it seems there's something wrong, you might not want to talk about it now, but I'm here to hear you or to listen to you when you are ready. And then to the last one is a child that misbehaves, the stubborn child. The child is, and I'll give an example of that, you know, maybe it's time for bed and you tell the child, go and have your bath, and the child is like, no, I don't want to go, I'm not going, and you keep insisting that the child should go. What is going on there is the child just wants to know that you have listened to them. So instead of course, a normal typical African parent, you go and bring out cane and be like, you and who, you met me on this earth. Go, if you don't go to that bedroom now, if I pounce on you. But what the child actually needs at that time is having a conversation with the child that you don't want to bathe now, maybe because you are playing, but let's round up this thing and you go to your bathroom, have your bath, and then in 5 minutes I would read you your bedtime story. That way the child feels heard. So why do children stop talking? Children don't wake up one day and shut down. Children stop talking over time when, number one, you are constantly correcting them harshly. So I'll give an example of a child going to school. Maybe getting to school, he met a teacher or someone in school, and then the first thing the person will tell the child is, why is it that every time you come to this school, your clothes is always rumpled, you look jaga jaga, you don't look good? What the teacher or the person asking that question might not know is, maybe they don't even have a iron. Maybe they don't even have light. If you are such, even as adults, if you meet such a person, would you want to talk to the person again? Most times when you see the person coming from the left hand, you just run to the left hand because you don't want to have anything to do with them. Another one is children stop talking when every time they tell you stuff, you dismiss them. And even as adults, we can relate to that. We have some friends that we have maybe heavy burdens that we tell them, and the moment you tell them that, oh, maybe this is what is going on with me, that's when they remember the problem they are going through. As adults, even with such friends, do you want to tell them anything? Next time you see them, would you want to share anything going on in your life? No. How much more children? Another one is children, when they come to you to tell you things and you make them feel small, like it's not a big deal. So imagine a child coming to meet you that, oh, today in school I got the highest mark, I did this, and you're just like, oh, okay, and you move on from it. As adults, we can relate to that too. Imagine sharing your win with someone. Maybe you just got a new job, or you got proposed to, or maybe you just bought a house and you shared the news with your friend, and the next thing they just say is, okay, and they move on. Next time, if you have something important to say, would you even, or you have a good news to share, you won't even think about telling them at all. So this is where we need a shift in perspective. We need to move from what is wrong with this child. When we see a child, it's what is wrong with this child to what is going on in this child. And as adults, we do that a lot. If we see, like, whether in church or a gathering outside, we just see a child throwing tantrums and everything, the first thing we look at is we look at the mother and we look at the child, and next thing that comes to our heart is, this is a badly behaved child that the mother or father has not trained. So we should move from that. We should move from what is wrong with this child to what is this child going through. That one shift would help us from reacting to actually taking our time to ask what is going on with a child. Behavior is a signal of emotions being unheard. So, from my expertise as a child counselor, one of the things I always suggest and emphasize is in dealing with children and adolescents is, before correction, build connection. Because when you build connection with a child, that one decision makes a child feel safe and even open up to you. And I want everyone to think about a moment where you saw the last time a child upset you. I don't know if anybody, like maybe a child has upset you recently. What did you think about? Did you think about their behavior or the emotion behind the behavior? This one shift can actually change the course of a child's life. And in closing, every child you meet is either carrying something. It's either they are carrying silence, they are carrying pain, or they are carrying, nobody's empty, they are actually carrying something. So what you can do to help them is to listen. All a child needs is an adult that is present to listen. They are not looking for a perfect adult, but an adult that will listen to them and understand them. I'm very sure, because every child, as a year go by, a child will remember a child might not remember what you actually said to them, but they will remember how you made them feel. I guess some of us can relate to that here. We have such uncles or aunties. We have the ones we like, and we have the ones that we don't like. And the ones that we don't like is probably because of something they did to us as a child. And the ones we like is probably because of how they handled some things with us as a child. So, lastly, every child, ask yourself, the next time you meet a child, ask, did I correct this child, or did I understand this child? Because that is all a child wants. A child wants to be heard. A child wants you to listen to them. And by doing this, you have not only helped the child, but you have helped the society at large. And now I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. I trust you are in good health. So, I have a lot of things to discuss with us today. It's going to be a very long ride and an interesting one, hopefully. You know, I was trying to share the link with my fans before I got caught up, but it's fine. You know, they could watch it again later on. I want to believe. All right, so she really made a very salient point, you know, and there's an aphorism that stuck with me when she said, before you correct, you know, a child, you have to like build up a connection, and I think that's really, really pertinent. So today, I'm going to take us quite away from the, you know, content learning, you know, the speeches on morality, culture, you know, technology, businesses, and I'm going to saunter into common errors and malapropisms in Nigerian expressions. Common errors and malapropisms in Nigerian expressions. Now, to begin with, what do we understand by the word malapropism? When we talk about malapropism, we are actually talking about the misuse or wrong use of words, probably because they have the same sound. In the tenets of linguistics, we have words like terms like homonyms, homographs, homophones, palindromes, even antonyms and synonyms and their likes. You know, so sometimes there might be words that have the same spellings, you know, but then they will have different meanings and pronunciations. And because we are unable to pay attention to the peculiarities that differentiate these words, we find ourselves sauntering into common errors, getting them misused. So the purpose of today's talk is actually to expose us to some of these common errors, you know, and then let us have a better insight into their corrections and usages. Of course, we know that when it comes to English as a language, there are different variants of English. Nigeria, for instance, we are in tandem with what we call British or Queen's English. Therefore, when we make use of some expressions, we have got to ensure that they are in tandem with these variants of English. And also, Nigeria as a country has its own English. We call it Nigerian English, also a variant of the English language. So to some great extent, there might have been arguments as to the veracity of Nigerian English. And as a speaker mentioned earlier on, we shouldn't debunk, debase, or reduce the substance of Nigerian English, you know, due to our wanting to sound informed. We must also understand that Nigerian English is as important as any other English in the world. Now, before I saunter into some of these expressions, the malapropisic ones and then the common errors, I would like to differentiate between errors and mistakes. What is the difference between an error and a mistake? I think that is a very good point to start from, or to start with. When you make a mistake, It means that you know the right thing to say, you know the right thing to say, but at the time of saying or speaking, you get it wrong, probably due to distraction or you not paying attention or negligence. But when you commit an error, it means you do not even know that that statement or that expression is correct. So the difference between mistake and an error is that while an error is unintentional, like you do not even know about it. For mistake, you know what writing is supposed to be, but at the moment of speaking, or probably writing, you have made that mistake. Now, I will be looking at some expressions with us. The very first one we have here is the expression up and coming. When we say up and coming, most times we misuse this expression with upcoming. And I'll give you one sentential example. Somebody will say, Fola is an upcoming artist. Fola is an upcoming artist. This expression is wrong because when you are referring to an artist that is just coming to limelight, you are supposed to say Fola is an up and coming artist. Therefore, the conjunction "and" is a prerequisite in that case. So we would say Fola is an up and coming artist, not Fola is an upcoming artist. The only instance where upcoming will be acceptable is when you are referring to something approaching. Maybe for instance now, if we say Nigerian election is upcoming 2027, in that case you are not referring to something that is budding, you are rather referring to a forthcoming event. So therefore up and coming will be wrong there, upcoming will be right. Another instance again is the expression sail through. When we overcome a difficulty, most times we say scale through, which is wrong. When you scale, it's like you are climbing. But if your intention is to say you overcome something or you are going to overcome something, you will say sail through. I know it is not easy, but I have made up my mind that I will sail through the phase. So it is sail through and not scale through. Another interesting one is the expression buckle up. In the Nigerian society, when we want to show that we are not going to be serious with our life henceforth and we are going to avoid some mistakes, probably somebody has failed in the exam, the person will say, I want to buckle up. Whereas the correct expression is supposed to be what? Buckle down. When you want to take your life more seriously, when you want to be intentional, you buckle down and not buckle up. So that is another expression we misuse. Also, it is interesting to differentiate between the word graduates and graduand. Who is a graduate? Who is a graduand? Now, if you have just finished university and you are yet to collect your certificate, you cannot refer to yourself as a graduate. Maybe you have not even done your convocation, you have not convoked, so you would say I am a graduand. But once you have graduated, you've collected your certificate, then you can then refer to yourself as what? As a graduate. Also, the word staff. Most times Nigerians do not see this word as an uncountable entity. Therefore we use staff, which is an uncountable now, as countable. People in an organization, you cannot call them individually a staff. You cannot say I am a staff in School of Eloquence. You call yourself a staffer. That is the correct thing. I am a staffer in this organization. Or if you want to be more accurate, you say I am a member of staff. Staff is a collective word that refers to the entirety of people working in an organization. So you say I am a staffer in this organization or a member of staff, not staff. The only instance you can use staff as a countable noun is when you are referring to rod, like that stick that is used by an elderly person to assist them when they are walking. So you can say, oh, when I was weak, I walked with what? A staff. Are we following? Again, you have got to understand that invaluable does not mean worthless, as we sometimes perceive it to be. If something is invaluable, we do not say that thing is worthless. The advice you gave me was invaluable. It doesn't mean that the advice was not valuable. What it means is that the advice is too good. It is worthy. So don't use invaluable synonymously with what? Valueless. If something is worthless, you will say this thing does not have value. But when something is good, so good, you can say it is invaluable. I want an invaluable, piece of gold. It means a very good piece of gold. Are we following, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes.
Good. Another thing again is the expression by heart and offhand. By heart and offhand. When you learn something, you learn it what? By heart, and you recite it offhand. Don't say off-head. When you say I want to recite that thing off-head, it means you are going gaga, crazy. So I learned the poem by heart, and I'm going to recite it offhand, not off-head. It's also something we find very common in our own usage of English. What is the difference between leave and forget when it refers to you not remembering to bring something? Would you say I forgot my pen at home or I left my pen at home? Good. I think we are not far-fetched. The difference usually is in two phases. First of all, we use left with something tangible. That is, if it is something that is tangible, something you can see, touch or hold, you use left in the past tense form to mean you do not remember to bring it. I left my pen at home is correct. But when it is something abstract, something that is not what you can see, maybe like an idea, a name, or thereabouts, then you need to make use of what? Forget. Oh, I forgot your name. Not I left your name. I forgot to bring it. I forgot to remind you of the concert. Are we following? So we use forget more with abstract entities and then live with what? Tangible or concrete entities. There's this interesting expression. Did you know and do you know, if you are a very meticulous reader of news or some very intriguing happenings, you'll have seen the expression. When do we say did you know, and when do we say do you know? If you are trying to give a statement of fact, information that you are sure, perhaps to some great extent, that somebody else does not know, that is when you say did you know. Did you know that when it is raining and sunning at the same time in Nigeria, it means a lion is giving birth? Maybe if the other person is not aware, it becomes something, something not common. Therefore, you have to use did you know. But if you are just speaking randomly, or you want to ask a question that is not rested on the threshold of fact, then you can say do you know? Do you know where my pen is kept? Are we following? So that is the best way to differentiate those expressions. Now, there is a word which we commonly misuse. We are all guilty of it. Gist. Gist. In Nigeria, for instance, we use gist to mean chat, like maybe something intriguing. Somebody should just come and regale you with some talks. That is not what gist means. So you cannot tell somebody, come and gist me, to mean that come and chat with me, come and tell me some intriguing thing. No, that is not what gist mean. What gist means is like, what is the thesis, the main thing, especially in a discussion, or a body of a work. For instance, now somebody can just come into this room and then say, what is the gist of this challenge? What is the gist of this Guinness World Record? That is, what is the main thing that is meant to be achieved? So if you mean you just want your friend to regale you, then just say, can we just chat, or can we have a chit chat? Not can we gist? Are we following? Yes. Also, the word ghastly and fatal, fatal, what we call fatal, when somebody has an accident that is so serious but does not result in death, we say what? Ghastly. But if the accident leads to death, then you say what? Fatal. You understand? As we call it. So I had a ghastly accident, mean that it was close to death, but you didn't die. You feel it, but you wouldn't die, But fatal mean the person died. There's no, redemption. Are we following? Also, round off and round up. You see that some people would say stuff like, I want to round up my lecture so that the other person, no, it is round off. Round off. OFF. When you round up, it does not mean that you are trying to finish, you are trying to tie the loose ends. Round up has a meaning that is not captured, in the intended thing that we think it captures. Round up is mostly used for capture or arrest. Probably somebody stole and then the police surround the person, so the person has been what? Rounded up. But if you mean you want to conclude your lecture or speaking, the correct thing to say is what? Round off. Again, I found this amusing that people that want to sometimes show, their dexterity when it comes to cooking, they will say stuff like, I do not eat outside. I do not eat outside. I like to cook my own food. I don't like eating outside. That expression, eating outside, is wrong. You say what? Eat out. I do not eat out, not eat outside. If you say you eat outside, you might be going too far. So the correct thing to say is eat out. Are we following? Now we also have to differentiate between day off and off day. Day off and what? Off day. The day that you are not working, when you take a break, or probably it's like the day you rest from work, is your what? Day off. Are we following? Maybe you go to work Monday to Thursday, but Friday you do not go to work. That is your what? Day off. But the day that you do not feel yourself, like you are not at your best, you are not giving the productivity level you would have given, is regarded as a what? Off day. Are we together? Okay, good. Also, that thing that you do to your shirts, or your trousers or your skirt, is not ghetto. It is a misformed Nigerian expression in tandem with the animal, alligator. When you see an alligator, it has some straight lines in some part of its body. So from that expression, we now start saying gator. But what do we call those things? Creases, not what? Gator. So when you take your iron next time and you are pressing it, don't say, I'm trying so hard because I want to achieve gator. Not gator. Please let be very intentional. Now also we have another word that is misused, sadist or sadist. A sadist or sadist is not somebody who is sad. Some people say, I don't have joy, I'm a sadist. No. A sadist or sadist is somebody who enjoys seeing other people hurt, who enjoys inflicting pain on other persons. And most times we use Nigerian lecturers as good examples of sadists. I didn't make a first class, I want to make a first class. How? You must fail. So it is not about the person who is sad, but somebody who enjoys making other persons sad, or not making them comfortable. Also, we have the word lousy. Lousy is not synonymous with noisy. Some people, I don't like her, she's a lousy person. A lousy person is not somebody who is noisy, who talks too much. No! When you are lousy, it means you are a bad person. Bad. It means lousy means you are bad, or sometimes it could be used to mean maybe you feel ill. So never use lousy to mean noise. You have got to be very intentional. So next time when somebody says you are lousy, take it seriously. That do you mean I'm a bad person? Not to mean noisy. Are we following, guys? Yes. Also, there's this word misused, herbalist. When you hear the word herbalist, what comes to your mind? You are thinking of somebody who is like into probably herbs, of course, but sometimes we misuse the word herbalist to mean somebody who is even capable of doing ritual or all kinds of diabolical things. No! A herbalist, arguably an herbalist, is somebody who is just into herbs, preparations, healing. If it means somebody who does ritual, diabolical, returning and taking attack, we mostly call those persons witch doctor. What do I say? Witch doctor, not herbalist. There is another interesting word again which we misuse in Nigeria. Stylishly. Stylishly. What do you mean by when we use the word stylishly in our own societal context? We usually always use it synonymously with what? Subtle. That is, maybe somebody is doing something in a crooked or dubious way. But that is not what stylishly entails. Stylishly as a word means when something is done, neatly. When something is done in a sophisticated, or an organized manner. If for instance I say, oh, I like the way you are doing that thing stylishly. I'm not trying to say that probably you are doing it in a way that is subtle, but you are doing it in a way that is organized. So we have got to take note of that expression. Also, local. This is a very common error. We usually misuse the word local. When somebody says you are a local person, we take local to mean unrefined, but it's not it. Local as a word usually mean a specified something in an area. Maybe, what are the local news here? That is, what are they reading in that specific area? But if you mean somebody is uncivilized, somebody is not exposed, then use the word what? Unrefined. I don't want to associate with that person. She is unrefined, not local. Is that understood? Yes. I found this very surprising that sometimes we use the word shook. I will shook you. To mean probably stab or something hurt us. I will shook you. It is not existent to mean that word. Just use whatever thing you are feeling, with his pinch, with his stab, use it appropriately, not I will shook you. So if you say shook, what would be the past tense of shook? I shooked him. It's funny, but we have to be very careful. Now, what is the feminine form of bachelor? Good. I know you're going to say that is wrong. If somebody calls somebody a spinster, it is a very terrible thing to say. It is offensive. The feminine form of bachelor is bachelorettes. Spinster is a word used to describe an old woman, unmarried woman. So it is very offensive. So avoid that. So don't say I'm a spinster. You are actually cursing yourself. We've got to be very careful. Now, we move on to another word, ritual. Ritual. People have this mixed feeling when they hear the word ritual. Ritual does not have to be used every time to mean diabolical or evil. If somebody says, oh, do you know I do ritual? I'm sure that many people are going to flee from that person. But ritual is just something that probably you do every time. Yeah, brilliant minds here. Impressive. If for instance now, maybe before I eat every day, probably I just like to pray. That could be called a ritual. Maybe before I drink, I want to pour, some on the floor. That could be a ritual. So ritual is not synonymous with evil or, diabolical. Is that understood? Yes. Now the word trek, when it means walking, is not standard. Let us trek now. It's not far. Trek. You take a walk. You say, I want to go on a walk or on a hike. H-I-K-E, on a hike. The only way trek will be correct when it is used for walk is when it is like a very long journey that you spend days, that we were on a trek. But when you mean that probably you just want to take a walk to maybe to the gate, that is not something you can use trek for. Take a stroll. That's correct. So you not say this is trekkable. You say this is what? Walkable. We use that. We have a way of forming our own adjective people in Nigeria. This is trekkable. This is walkable. Are we following? Yes. Now we have dupe, and duper. Dupe. If they call you a dupe, what does it mean? You are the one who is what? Deceived. Or something is taken from you, so you are the dupe. That, so it took my money, I've become a dupe. But the person who does that act of taking the money is now what? The duper. But most times we usually use the duper as the dupe. The very interesting interchanging. That would be a verb, understand? Maybe the process or act of, duping person. Now, we also have this word double date. Double date. What do you guys think about double date? It is wrong. Good. When you say double date, it means it does not mean that you are running two packages together. What it means to double date is that what? Probably two set of persons go on date. The correct word for that double date that you mean is to time. When a lady is running two men together, you say, I am two timing. I'm a two timer. In this for instance, I say, okay, in this economy, a man may find himself two timing. That means running two packages. But don't use that expression to mean double dates. Now another one again is the word paparazzi. When we talk about paparazzi, there's this song that is trending now. It's coming to my mind. But the thing is, we usually use paparazzi in Nigeria context to mean maybe an ostentatious way, like showing something. But paparazzi refer to photographers. So don't say, oh, I don't like all this paparazzi, like the way you are showing yourself and everything, or the way you are showing things. Paparazzi mean photographers. So Just put it in the actual way. I don't like the way you are acting, not I don't like your paparazzi. Now, also we have the word touts. Agberos are not touts. We call them what? Louds. You know, somebody who is interested in trouble, you know, any small thing, wants to carry bottle, you know, who flaunt their clothes, they are not called touts. They are louds. Say, please beware of louds. Touts are those, they are ticketers. You know, when you want to enter a bus, those who call ticket for you, they are who we call what? Touts. But other than these persons, those ones are referred to as what? Louds. Are we following? Yes. Another word again there is blush. We in Nigerian context we usually use blush to mean what? When somebody is feeling themselves like you are flattered. You know, you look so gorgeous, pocketudinous, and you're like, oh, thank you. You are blushing. It's wrong. When somebody blushes, the person is feeling embarrassed, and in fact their face gets red by it. You know, when somebody is blushing, it is an uncomfortable feeling. Maybe somebody has said something wrong to you, and then maybe somebody said, oh, you look so skinny, and then you find it so embarrassing, and then you are trying to smile it off, and then you are blushing. That is blush. It is not the same thing as what? Being flattered. Are we following? Yes. So have looked at those words, those are nouns. Now you might want to learn this as well. There are words that they usually must have the S. We call them plural tantrums. So they must have the S with them. Examples of those words are surroundings. You cannot say my surrounding. It has to be what? Surroundings always. Just like premises, isn't it? Even when you are referring to a place, you still say what? Premises. Headquarters with S might refer to just a single location, but it still take S. The headquarters of Redeem is there. Minute takes S when it's referring to what? You're reading the minute of the last meeting. Remains takes S when you are talking about what? A dead body. Where is the remains? It goes with a singular verb, but then it takes S. Politics takes S. Shenanigans, I don't like your shenanigans. Also pants. Anything, let me give you this rule. Whatever has two surfaces, two parts, the S is usually a must. Your glasses. Sometimes people say, I'm looking for my glass, and then you'll be wondering if what they are looking for is mirror, whereas they are talking about the eye glasses. There's no situation whereby you can call this your shades, your spectacles, glass. But if you want to singularize it, you can say a pair of what? Of glasses. Also what you put on, your pants, not pants. The S must be there. Your trousers, scissors, these things that have two parts must take S. Also part of the common errors. Now, we've looked at nouns majorly. Let's move on to prepositions. Of course, we are aware of what prepositions are. Prepositions are words that seem minute, infinitesimal, but when they are used together with other words, they show a kind of relationship, But then it is not just about we understanding what prepositions are. What matters is actually understanding their usage. So I'm going to be looking at some of these examples of prepositions with us. Number one is with the noun phobia. You say, I have phobia. What do you say? Phobia what? Is it for or of? Phobia. Most time we say for, but the correct preposition that goes with phobia is of or about. I have phobia about cockroach. Or I have phobia of cockroach, not phobia for cockroach, or whatever phobia you have. Also, when maybe we are listening to something and we tell somebody, can you please reduce the volume off? It's wrong. Can you please reduce the volume on? Reduce the volume on your phone, not reduce the volume what? Off your phone. Good. Perfect. Reduce the volume on the TV. The volume on the TV, not the volume of the TV. You understand? So it is just what we call collocation in English. What goes together. You could confirm. Now, also we have conducive. An environment is conducive to learning, not conducive what? For learning. This environment is conducive to learning, not conducive for learning. Also, pregnant. I am pregnant by somebody, not pregnant for somebody. That is the truth. Can I say I am pregnant for him? Extremely wrong, absolutely wrong. I am pregnant by him. If you say you are pregnant for somebody, it is meaning that you are actually like maybe for his sake. But when you mean the process that he's the one who impregnated you, say I am pregnant by him. Do you get the idea? It's standard English. I am pregnant by him. Also, are we tested to HIV or tested for HIV? We usually say 2, but the correct expression is what? 4. He's been tested for HIV. So again we have popular among and popular with. I was teaching my JAM students some time ago, and I know I do not appear like a teacher, but I teach. There was a time whereby I asked them the question that would you say I am popular with or popular among? And most of them said popular among, which is wrong. When you are using popular in terms of with people, the correct thing to say is popular with. If, for instance, if everybody knows me here, I can just tell my friend that, oh, do you know that I am popular with the speakers? Popular among is usually used for things. Maybe this song is popular among, or concept, this song is popular among the Igbos. This culture is popular among the Fulanis, but when you are referring to person, the correct thing should be what? Popular with. Are we together? Now, you don't talk down to somebody, not talk down on somebody. My boss is genial. She doesn't talk down to somebody, But the correct one for look is what? Look down on. I don't look down on people. But when it comes to talk down, I don't talk down to people, not talk down on people. They are just, collocations. You can check my Facebook page for qualitative English and literature, not advertising, but then you can learn more errors there. Also, what do we think is the difference between speak with and speak to? Anybody wants to try? Speak with and speak to. And speak to.
Maybe you are engaging in a conversation, two-way conversation.
Yeah.
What speak to is giving a direction. Probably the person is not supposed to respond.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Intriguing. She's right. When you speak with somebody or talk with somebody, it is usually reciprocal. I'm speaking, you are also what? Speaking. So we are like having a confab. But when you say speak to, is like one way. It's usually in form of maybe admonishment or advice. Last week my father spoke to me about diligence or on diligence, understand? So that is the difference. Do we say on the alert or at the alert? On the alert. Humans cannot be at alert. We are always on the alert. If we say, oh, somebody is coming, what are we? We are on the alert, not at alert. So it is really very important to take note of that. Also, when you are on a journey, you do not say I am on transit. What do you say? In transit. Not on transit. It is what? In transit. There's also this very common one. Do we say on bed or in bed? Anybody wants to try that?
In bed.
Anybody who has a contrary opinion to that?
Or maybe both are right.
Both are right. Could you?
Depending on the context.
Okay.
So when you say you are in bed,
Yes.
probably you are laying in bed.
Okay.
In the middle of the bed, maybe you're sleeping.
Okay.
Or with the today over there in bed.
Good.
Or when you are on the bed.
Okay.
Maybe you are sitting on the bed.
Yes.
Not exactly laying down.
Good. Brilliant minds here, of course. You must be brilliant to be in this room. Alright, so just in addendum to what has been said, when you say I am in bed, it might mean that you are sleeping or you are inside the duvet totally covered. Sometimes we also use in bed to mean bedridden, like when you are ill to the extent that you cannot even live anymore, like you cannot stand up from the bed, then you will say I am in bed. But on bed, on the other hand, when you say I am on bed, just you maybe relaxing on the surface part of the bed. Also, having looked at prepositions, I also want to explore errors in the use of verbs. And I will start with stative verbs. What are stative verbs? Stative verbs are verbs that are not supposed to take the ing, suffix when they are used. Dynamic verbs on the other hand could take the ing suffix, but not stative verbs. But we are all guilty of this. We use too much of ing with the stative verbs, which is wrong, brother. For instance, now the word see. I am seeing you. Wrong. I can see you should be the correct thing. The only situation where see could be right is probably when you want to help somebody, or probably when it is used idiomatically, among lovers to mean something different from the ordinary saying. If, for instance, if a man tells his woman, I've paid everything I have to pay, tonight I will be seeing you. That is used metaphorically, so that could be excused. But other than that, if you are just referring to the physical state, sight, never use see with ing. Also, ache. The word ache. Don't say my head is aching me. My head aches. Or you can't also say I'm having headache. We have problem with this word having. Having is stative. I have. Not I am having headache or I'm having a class. Instead, I have a class. Also, for those who have been owed debts. You don't say, you are owing me this. You owe me 50,000 naira. Not you are owing me. It's a stative verb. Then we also have the word love, which is very common in our dictionary. Love and like. I am loving you. I am loving the dance. I am loving this. I love this. Just keep it short and simple. Good. Yeah. So every of these organs, see, hear, taste, you must not use them in the ing form. Understand as well. Are we following? Wish. I say this every time. I am wishing you a happy Easter. You should be hungry at that poster. I'm telling you, when somebody say, I am wishing you, I'm sure that since we've started this journey, somebody has said, I'm wishing you the best of luck or whatever it is. You should go back to the person's DM and have a fight with the person and say, you are supposed to have said, I wish you, a happy, challenge. Now also pain. My leg is paining me. My leg pains me, or it hurts me. So we also have to be very careful with those. Now, moving on to another common type of errors on transitive verbs. I do not want to bombard us with this terminology because it might not be your own ambit, but of course you might learn one or two things from it. When we say a verb is transitive, it means that the verb has the capacity to take object. Therefore, the verb will take object. For instance, now sometimes we will use a verb that is transitive as intransitive. An example, enjoy. You cannot use enjoy as a transitive verb without an object. So I cannot say something like I enjoyed I enjoyed. It has got to take an object. You enjoy something, maybe yourself or a concert or a party. So you cannot say I enjoyed. Now, the ones we are looking at are those transitive verbs that do not need prepositions. But sometimes we find ourselves using prepositions with them. One is request. I requested money. Not necessarily I requested for money. I requested a piece of advice. Not I requested for a piece of advice. Also discuss. Sometimes we use about, which is wrong. Sounds tautological. We discuss the girl, not we discuss about the girl. It's tautological. We do not need the about after the discuss verb. Also, clap in, not clap for in. In British English, when somebody does something amazing, let us clap in. What do I say? Clap in, not clap for in. Clap in, not clap for in. Also we have solicit. Solicit, we solicit, not solicit for. We solicit, help, not solicit for help. You understand? Same thing applies to enter. I enter the building. You do not have to say enter into the building. The problem with us sometimes as Nigerians is we interpret English language, from our mother's language. For instance, in Yoruba we say ma ṣubú sílẹ̀ lẹ̀. So we now translate that to don't fall on the ground or don't fall down. Whereas we're just supposed to say don't fall. When you fall, do you fall up? You fall down. Sometimes we say kneel down. When you kneel, do you kneel? Can we kneel up? We kneel. When we kneel, we are already down on our knees. So we don't have to say kneel down. But in Yoruba, that translates to what? Kunle. Kunle sile. So it's really, really very intriguing. Now, seek. I am seeking your advice, not I'm seeking for your advice. So these are some examples of these verbs. Now we move on to adjectives. Adjectives. And of course, what are adjectives? Adjectives are words that qualify nouns or nouns equivalents. It could also be pronouns or thereabout. Now let's look at some of the common errors associated with the adjective clause. Number one, we have the use of two comparisons. We have problem with that in Nigeria. Two comparisons. There's no way you can use two comparisons, together. You cannot say I am more better than you. It is either you say I am better than you or what? I am much better than you. Either you say much better or better. You cannot use two comparisons together. I am more greater than. No. I am greater or much greater. That's understood. Also, this word talkative. We say you are a talkative. Wrong. Either you say you are talkative or you are a talkative person. You cannot say you are a talkative, because talkative is an adjective, not a noun. Just like you are trying to say you are an easy. You are an easy. Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. Now, one interesting thing. Somebody says something, I grokked it, but it is not a common error class, so I just kept my cool. And I noticed that it is very common in our lexicon. They are what we call non-gradable adjectives. Have we heard that before? I'm sure. Non-gradable adjectives are adjectives that we cannot compare them. Therefore, it will be wrong for you to use intensifiers with them. What are the examples of non-gradable adjectives? Perfect, unique, correct, triangular, pregnant. For instance now, if somebody is perfect, the person has gotten to the limit. Can there be something like more perfect? But we find us saying something like that, oh, you are more perfect. Oh, I am very unique. You cannot say very unique. You cannot use intensifier very with unique. There is one that is common. Very correct. We say that a lot of times. When we want to intensify the extent of the person's correctness, it is wrong. You cannot say, oh, you are very correct or you are very wrong. And you see us, when we say that, it's like we are closing our eyes to intensify that you are very wrong. When somebody is wrong, can there be anything more than that? Wrong is absolute. So you are absolutely wrong, unmitigatedly wrong, not very wrong. Fellas, it is very important for us to pay attention to errors in the use of at, in, by, and on. And I think we can learn one or two things there. They are prepositions. If you are coming here, and maybe somebody asks you, where are you? Would you say, I am in school of eloquence, or I am at school of eloquence?
I am at school of eloquence.
Okay, sometimes you are a university student. Do you say, I am in campus, I am on campus, I am at campus? I studied at University of Lagos, or I studied in University of Lagos. Cool. There are always one or two conflicts. And this is where I come in, to unfold the conflict. Now, to start with, when we use in has different usages. One, it could be used to show specification. It could be used to show specification. In could also be used to show that you are in a place and you are functioning in a place. That you are in a place. You are not just there walking around. That you are in a place for a function, then you use in. For places, most times, in is used with popular places. I live in Lagos. Because Lagos is popular, we use what? In with Lagos. I'm in London. I studied in Calabar. We use in with very popular places. While we use at with what? Less known places. I am at Ojuelegba. It is not everybody that knows Ojuelegba. I stay at Olumo Bridge. It is not everybody that knows Olumo Bridge. So this is the first usage to clarify. Now, the one of at campus, on campus, in campus, and any of these variants, let's juxtapose and explicitly explain it. If you use at sometimes is used to show that you are not right in that place, but you are just around it. If for instance we are outside taking picture and somebody called and say, oh, where are you? I could say I am at school of eloquence, because I am not in. I'm just merely saying that I am around, but I'm not really entered. But if I am here now, listening or speaking, I could say I am in school of eloquence. Do you understand? I am in school of eloquence because I am now inside the school and I am doing something, purposeful. For on, we use on for streets. Sometimes we use on to show that, probably we are walking on a street, or sometimes when we have a house that is not far from the main road. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes the rationales, the reasons do not really make much sense when we look at it, but we take it that way. That is the beauty of English. There are some expressions in English that you cannot even tell as to why they are correct, but we have to just take this the way they are because it is English.